We are joined today by the Controller and Auditor General Seán McCarthy as a permanent witness, and he is joined by Maheen Fitzpatrick, Senior Auditor. And as we are meeting with the Revenue Commissioners today, and there are a number of chapters in the CNAG's report on this issue, and we have a private meeting in the afternoon, I'm suggesting that we keep business of this committee to 1 hour. So we'll move into the revenue at 10 o'clock. So we'll go as far as we can, and we'll be into the revenue from 10 o'clock. So that's agreed. Apologies have been received from Deputy Pat Deering and Deputy Peter Burke. I'm holding over the minutes for the moment. So the first item on the is correspondence, item number 3 on the agenda. And let me just start.
Sorry, it was just matters arising.
Yeah. Okay. Arising from our meeting the last day, the Clerk will circulate wording regarding our recommendation for a Dáil debate in relation to the wind down of NAMA tomorrow for consideration next week. We agreed last week that there should be a Dáil debate on this issue, but we have to do a formal motion, so that has to be circulated for the members for consideration in advance of the meeting before we can agree it. So that will go out in the next day or so, and then we can agree that motion for a Dáil debate on the NAMA expected surplus, and that can be moved here next week. So next item on the agenda is correspondence, and that's item number 3. And the first category is a briefing documents for today's meeting and the opening statement. So number 1709 from Niall Cody is closing a briefing document, and 1723 is the opening statement for today's meeting. So we'll note and publish these. The next item of correspondence is category B from accounting officers and our ministers, and follow up to PAC meetings and other items for publishing. We will hold over a number of items that we had from the previous meeting, because we got through quite a number of items last week, but hopefully the next week or so we'll have all those other items fully dealt with. So I'm moving on then to item number 1677 from Dermot Mann, Chief Superintendent of Garda Síochána, dated the 31st of October 2018, providing information requested by the committee in relation to the operation of CCTV by local authorities. So that's an issue. Can you just roll it up on the screen there as it goes along, and just stay going? Gives the legislation on this issue and the statutory issues and the statutory instruments involved, and the CCT Advisory Committee and the community CCTV schemes. That's an important issue, and signed by Dermot Mann, Chief Superintendent, the Commissioner's Office, dated 31st of October. So we note and publish that, and I know there's a number of local authorities where it hasn't been finalised, which will be that letter will be of interest to many people. So noted and published. Agreed. Next item then is 1693 from Orla McBride, Director of the Arts Council, dated the 1st of November 2018. Enclosing an information note requested by the committee providing details in relation to matters raised in the audit opinion of the CNAG regarding the 2017 financial statements. And this essentially deals with, and there's very significant issues there. The one that attracted our attention in the first instance was the circumstances that gave rise to the 196,000 being provided in funding to an outside agency that went into liquidation. So they have a very detailed and comprehensive response there, and I will note they've dealt with that organisation over a 30-year period, so you can kind of understand why the money was continuing to be paid each year. And they didn't get the audited accounts for 2016, and they were seeking them, and then they wanted the matter examined by their internal auditors, and then very quickly after that was about to take place, Film-Based, the company involved, did enter into liquidation. So they're obviously dealing with the liquidator now to try and recover the monies, but they're just listed as a trade creditor. I think they made payments to some of the people that should have been paid by that company, not to leave them high and dry. And I think they're, at this stage, they're doing all they can at this stage to recover the money. But as we all know, when you're dealing with liquidators, we have to wait and see. Next item is item number 1698 from Catherine Licken, Secretary General, Department of Culture, Heritage and Gaeltacht, dated the 6th of November, providing details requested by the Committee of the performance delivery agreement between the Department and Galway 2020. So I propose that we note and publish that. And yeah,
I'd like to welcome that It's taken some time to get it, and I'd like to have an opportunity to come back to that.
Okay, we can hold it over to next week.
But you can publish it this.
Oh, we'll publish it now, but we'll hold it over.
I just want to acknowledge. I want to look at it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So we'll note and publish it, but we'll hold it over for discussion for the next meeting. Okay, that's fine. Next item.
Maybe no discussion on it, but it just.
Yeah. In the event. Okay, so next item is 1700 from Maurice Buckley, Chairman of the OPW, providing a breakdown requested by the PAC of the costs incurred by the OPW in respect of the recent visit by Pope Francis. We'll note and publish this.
That particular one again.
Yeah.
But I think if we publish it, I'll raise it again next week if that's all right.
We'll publish it for today, but we can hold it over for people to raise at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay? But we won't just sit on it, we'll actually put it out in the public arena, and people can see there are very big costs involved there. Next item 1703 from Paul Dunn, CEO, Local Government Management Agency, dated the 2nd of November, in relation to a request. This is an interesting one now. A request from the committee for a copy of the report arising for the value of money review of Irish public bodies. Mr Dunn advises that the report is subject to a non-disclosure agreement between Local Government Management Association, Irish Public Bodies and PricewaterhouseCoopers, dated the 2nd of September. Mr Dunn has written to IPB and PwC to request a consent for LGMA to release the report to the committee, and is waiting for a response. Now, but I do think it's not a I think it's very important to point out, this was a report on, I think, was it on the insurance? Yes. Yeah, the insurance claim. So I want to make it, in our discussion with the State Claims Agency, when it became clear at that meeting that the Section 38 agreements have gone in under the State Claims Agency, and they have 3 or 4 billion of activity each year. The local authorities are in the same area. I asked about those, and could they come in under it. We know that the local authorities, through the Irish public bodies, cover that directly themselves. So we asked for a copy of a report. We've been told it's very difficult to get a report, and I want to read this into the record as well, in the letter from the LGMA. In addition to what I've just said, Mr Dunn confirms that there are currently legal proceedings in relation to the release of the report, High Court reference number 2017321 MCA. The case is an appeal by the Irish public bodies of a decision of the Information Commissioner with regard to the release of the report under the Freedom of Information Act 2014. So the situation we're in is the Information Commissioner has said that this is to be released. The Irish public bodies have gone to the High Court to prevent its release, and I will just say, as chairperson of the Public Accounts, we'll watch this issue closely. But I'm also saying, when it comes to public bodies insuring, having insurance policies in relation to claims against public bodies by members of the public, and those bodies are funded substantially by a vote of the Oireachtas, even though they may not be directly accountable to this Oireachtas. I think proper procedure is that report, if it has been carried out, should be published, and it's very disappointing to hear they're going to the High Court to prevent such an important report, which the Information Commissioner has said should be published. So that's a matter we will come back to, because there's a big insurance issue here, and we're dealing with the state claims issue, and claims to local authorities mightn't be specifically under a remit, but it's in the same area of space as far as the public are concerned, and it's very disappointing. They're trying to block the release of this report.
Yeah, and I mean, there's obviously a cost associated with doing that, by virtue of the fact there's going to be legal costs at a High Court level. It strikes me that, I mean, there are different arms of the state doing different things. There's supposed to be a kind of an open government approach, which is going to, in theory, have a much clearer view of how decisions are made, and in fact it would reduce the need for freedom of information requests, administration, and a whole lot of things like that. And it doesn't seem to have kind of permeated out into some particular arms of the state, and I think the local government management authority seems to be, I mean, if you go past their building on I think it's on
Cullinane Road.
Quay. It says local government house, you know, but it is very much an enclosed kind of mindset there about even engaging with us. We had that last week, and now now we're having this. How do we, apart from waiting for addition, is there anything we can do, or do we have any idea?
Well,
of the
as of
timeline
now,
involved?
they say they've written to PricewaterhouseCoopers and also to who else did they say? The IPB, Irish Public Bodies. So if they do consent, maybe that would obviate the need for this action in the High Court to prevent the release.
And
But
is there anything in relation to non-disclosure agreements that is inconsistent with the freedom of information legislation?
Well, the Information Commissioner has ruled.
Yeah, but it goes back further than that in relation to maybe the way non-disclosure agreements. I mean,
Well, I suspect it's commercial sensitivity. I don't know, but I'm guessing one of the reasons it will be commercial sensitivity, not because of the non-disclosure agreement. The non-disclosure agreement is probably there because of commercial sensitivity.
Contract your way out of a legal obligation to provide information.
Right.
Yeah. So, look, the only overall comment I would say on behalf of the public here is that we all talk about joined-up government, and this is an example of local government is seen as the local arm of the government at local level. And if they're going to the High Court to prevent release of information, that means they're preventing release of information to other public bodies. You know, is the situation that people can be making multiple claims against different local authorities and different state bodies, and people are ensuring there's no sharing of information. That is not in the public interest. You know, and that's really where we're coming at here, because there should be some information in relation to all claims against all state bodies, so people can have a good fix on it, because it costs them the state. There's billions of liabilities out there, you know. So,
Committee might want to note as well that I think the ETBs all use Irish public bodies as their insurer.
okay,
So they are within your remit.
yeah,
And there is a question, if there's value for money
indeed.
being achieved, how do they have assurance that value for money is
So
being
you're
achieved?
saying we might ask the ETBs to display to us what actions they've taken to ensure they're getting value for money for their
It's an
payments?
avenue, I think, that
It's a
is legitimate to...
Yeah,
I think we also have to separate when you're talking about local government, this is local administration, this is the management side, not the elected
well,
representative side.
members of local authorities would be on Irish public bodies now, we know that.
But they wouldn't be, it's the local government management authority that is blocking that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think we've got to make that distinction, and it'll be the same distinction in relation to the ETBs. If we're going to hear from them, it's the two sides that I think we need to hear from.
But perhaps, I'm just not sure, we'll investigate it if somebody can tell me here now, who would be the chairperson of Irish public bodies today as we speak? Perhaps we should write to that person.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah,
I
I think
we'll-
it's, according to the letter, it's
Yeah, we'll write-
IPB which has taken the appeal to the High Court, not LGMA.
Pardon?
It's IPB which has taken the
Right.
appeal according to the letter, the
Yeah.
piece you just read out.
Yeah,
So it's not LGMA who
Right.
are taking that appeal.
Okay, that's fair
It's a
enough.
company set up.
Right. As of now, they say they've written to the two other bodies to get their consent. We'll just put the note to come back to this in a month's time, you know, maybe in December. I think we will keep an eye on this, and we'll note and publish this reply, and we will mark it down for maybe 4 weeks' time to see has there been any outcome to that. But it's a bigger issue now than I think people appreciate. Next item is 1704 from Maurice Buckley, Chairman of OPW, dated the 7th of November, providing follow-up information by the committee at the meeting of the 11th of October. Correspondence 1722, dated the 13th of November, which was received yesterday, is related and provides a copy of an internal report on the acquisition of Mezian Plaza, Bagga Street, the Department of Health headquarters. There is currently an amount of documentation in both items, and I propose, well, I think we'll note and publish these. There's so much in it, and a lot of it is technical. There's one document I think is 204 pages there.
There's nearly 300 pages.
Yeah, and my printer worked, all our printers worked overtime to read these. And I looked at these reports this morning, and just generally, there's quite a lot of documentation in relation, and including the approval from DPER to proceed with that on the basis of value for money. There's a valuation report from Jones Lang LaSalle dated the 31st of March in relation to looking at the central bank complex in Dame Street. We inquired about that. Then there's another appendix on the quoting rents and comparable lettings, and there's quite an issue there. So I suggest we note and publish it, and I think we had correspondence from a former valuer of the OPW whom we said we will meet in due course. So we'll include this, as items of correspondence for that day, but there's no need for us to get into the specifics of all those detailed reports at this stage. Now, there might be just one item I do want to highlight. It's an issue I brought back up towards the end. They give also a chronological note in relation to the Ayr Square building as well, the OPW, and then they give a note on the 50 flood protection schemes under CFRAM, and they're in that document. 1704 number 1B, in case people want to check their own locality. And then there was issues in relation to arbitration. They gave us a report on that. And then there was, they gave us a historical breakdown of lease versus owned office accommodation. So they're saying in 2009, in terms of their overall portfolio, 51% was leased. In 2009 versus 49% owned. Then saying the figures now, the figures in 2015, it was 44% leased versus 56% owned. So obviously they have been in a position to maybe let go of some of the leased buildings over a period of time. So they're saying the percentage now, and that's on page 12 of that document I mentioned, if people want to have a look at it themselves afterwards, they're saying the percentage of leased office equipment has reduced in recent years. So, people might have been interested in that. And then finally, there's a letter there, 1704, number 15. There's about 17 or 18 appendices to this, and this is about the National Children's Science Museum. I know it's an issue nobody had really heard of, and they've given a detailed note on the briefing note on that scheme. There's a three-page there's a three-page document, and the last sentence, I'll just read it all. It seems to be an orphan project. It's out there, no department seems to want to own it. And the last sentence, I'll just read. The chairman, that's obviously of the ICML, the organisation that's involved in this. The chairman believes that the relationship between the state and ICLM requires further redefinition, taking guidance from the views of the current government. In what might prove to be a positive development, the promoters have now indicated that they would be prepared to transfer the project to full state ownership on completion. So I think that's a little step in the right direction, and the matter had been bogged down about the ownership and the management of it. And I think we'll certainly note and publish that, because that Children's Science Museum is an issue I think most other capital cities have, and we should have it, and perhaps there's a bit of progress there. So we'll note and publish it, and if anyone wants to come back to it at a later day, please do. So that's agreed, noted and published there. Next item is 1705 from Pamela Carter, Parliamentary Affairs Division, Department of Health. Responding to the following matters raised at our meeting last week, cervical check helpline in terms of reference of the expert group on tort and management of clinical negligence claims. We'll note and publish that, and as I say, we'll probably hold it over for, we will, I'm sure, come back to the clinical negligence issue again, because the State Claims Agency, and also will, in due course, come back to the cervical check issue.
Can I just say that there's two things. First of all, I think we have conflated the issue that we're trying to deal with in relation to the State Claims Agency and cervical check. And in actual fact, I don't think we have adequately dealt with the issue of the contingent liability as a consequence of that. And it's going to be something I think we're going to have to come back to in time, because there's others have, I mean, you probably
the contingent liability for cervical check.
Well, the contingent liability for the HSE.
All medical negligence.
Yeah, and in actual fact, there's, I mean, I would have had contact, I'm sure others would, with other people following the meeting last week about other strands of liability. And it just, there's a broad range of there's a broad range of issues that make up that liability, and I think we've nearly got to decouple them from where the liability is, if we're going to get to an approach that is going to be like a different regime. Like, it seems to me that it is, despite what they say, the State's Claims Agency, really, you have to go legal. What we heard in relation to how claims occur nearly always has to be, it's not about, it nearly always has to be legal. It's not about a mediation in the sense that I think we would understand mediation. Like, if somebody is going to get divorced, the two parties sit in two different rooms with someone else and they try and work things out and they never end up anywhere near the court. That's not how it is. It's you have to make a statement of claim almost. So we're never going to get beyond that to a different system unless that system itself is challenged, if you like. Now, that's not to say that the State Claims Agency shouldn't robustly go through claims, because obviously there will be people making claims that are overstated and all the rest of it. But I just don't think we've got to the point really where we're looking at the process in the kind of detail that we need to address that. That's number one.
Okay. Yeah.
The second issue is we were spun a yarn last week in relation to the cervical check, and I'm going to raise it today. We were spun a yarn in relation to the slides and the length of time that it's taking to release the slides. I continue to have conversation with 7 different families and with a solicitor in relation to the practical side of things, and I restate that people are waiting for slides from April, May, June, are not being released, and what we were told that was the average was 22 weeks is just telling us fibs, and I don't think we should be accepting it from the HSE.
Did you want us to follow up that here?
I most certainly do, because we are not being told the truth.
Okay.
The lived experiences of people, if they wouldn't be contacting us if everything was working out fine, and they're categoric in saying that they can't even proceed to the next stage. We were told that only 38 signed up to the
psychologists or the London.
Now, the reason why that is occurring is because people haven't been able to get their slides to actually make a judgment call whether or not they will sign up. Okay. So the release of the slides is an impediment to a range of different things, and we're being told certain things that don't match with the experience of people who have had a failure on the state side in terms of how information was relayed to them at the very least.
Okay, so just on the last point, we're going to write now today to the HSE, specifically requesting, in relation to all the slides that have not been released today, week by week, how many are, let's say, we'll do it in per month, because if we go back, how many are there since October, July, the whole way back to May, April, March, and see when the request started. And let's find out how many from last April are still outstanding. Let's find out how many from last May are still outstanding. Let's find out how many from last June. So I think we'll ask the information, and if they don't know it, that says it all. Yeah. So they should be able to give that very promptly.
My understanding from the evidence that was presented last week was that they were speaking about the time that elapses between the applicant for the slides issuing instructions that these are the persons that are to receive the slides. And I think that they may be measuring 2 different things. An approach may have been made in April, May, but in clarifying what information the applicant needed to supply, if you like, they weren't in a position to supply the slides until they got all the information. So I think it may be down to a definition of what you're measuring that may be the explanation. Yeah. And I understand the difficulty. If somebody makes a request, that should be the starting point of the clock. That would
Yes.
be my argument.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be getting people that are in this situation tied up in all sorts of figuring out what way a state agency has decided to define something. Not my understanding, I've talked to one of the solicitors involved, and he told me, for example, Quest Diagnostics had been releasing the slides up from, in June and July, and they were told to cease releasing them until a protocol was put in place, and that was put in place in August. Completely accept that there needs to be security around the slides themselves.
And chain of evidence.
Yes,
I
and
think
all of
that's-
that. I completely accept that. But the HSE appear to have become very legalistic, tying this up in a hugely administrative approach, and I don't think that any of us expected that releasing slides to 221 individuals or families would be tied up in that. But it's certainly not the message that the public are getting.
No,
There's a war going on here.
I'm not disagreeing with the point the Deputy is making. I think it's just when you are writing to them,
We
I
should
think
ask
you
from
need...
the first point of contact by the...
Yes.
Or if they have measures already in place and they're providing information, that they would give a definition of what it is that they are measuring and what they're reporting.
Yeah. So
I think that can often bedevil an engagement where the definition of what's measured is not what you would normally expect it to mean.
Okay, so we asked from the first
So
point
I think it's
of
just to
contact.
watch for that.
We'll ask for the first point. And if they want to provide additional information about, of the 220, how many people they've written out to seeking clarification, and then they're waiting for... Let them give us that information as well.
Because that's part of the story.
Yeah, let them give us that as well. Okay. And the other thing you said about the overall clinical negligence issue and the other claims, I think the last day was the first time we got beyond the 2 billion figure that's out there in cyberspace all the time. And we began to break it down, and we're going to continue, and we ask for very detailed, specific information. Now, not down to identifying people, so quite a bit of information is going to come to us more than anybody has seen before in the public arena, which is very important. So that's an issue we'll certainly be coming back to in depth. Okay, we'll stay going. Next item then is 1706 from Paddy O'Keefe, Tax Appeals Commission dated the 7th of November, providing an update requested by the committee on the high-value appeals. We mentioned the large number of high-value appeals, and people want to raise it with the revenue today. They're free to do so as well. Note and publish that. Next item is 1707B from Ray Mitchell, dated the 8th of October, providing a briefing note in regard to circulars in the context of regularisation process provided by a HSE circular regarding the regularisation of acting posts in conjunction with new arrangements for the filling of short-term posts and the reintroduction of senior staff nurses. Essentially, some people felt, while the HSE said they sent out the circular and the information to the different heads of the organisation, a lot of people on the ground are saying it didn't ever work its way down to that level. So this letter makes it clear, and we want to note and publish this and send it back to the correspondent who raised this matter with us in the first place. And to give option for staff still aggrieved in relation to the process, and to give the person that there's no cost to putting in a claim, and that there is a grievance procedure on this matter, and it's all outlined in section 4 of that briefing note. So we'll note, publish that and forward it to the correspondent. Okay, next item is 1711 Mary Lawler, Communications Manager and Public Affairs Manager with NAMA, providing further details requested by the committee in relation to the project NONS. I propose we send a copy of this matter to Deputy Mick Wallace, who raised the matter, but I probably, at his suggestion, also raised the matter here, and I want to read that letter because it's actually quite interesting. And it does give a broader perspective on it. So I might skip a sentence or two, but because it's so big, the amount of money involved, and there's a lot of controversy, and I see a detailed article in one of the Sunday papers exactly on this issue as well today. I just want to respond. So this is the letter from NAMA. I refer to your letter dated 23rd of October, where you requested additional information in relation to Project NANS. So as regards the first and second queries raised in the letter, NAMA wishes to point out that Project NANS was only one of a number of separate transactions involving the debtor connection. Overall, the connections per debt was 489 million on acquisition by NAMA. This included 260 million of debt categorised as equity-backed loans which had been advanced to the connection by the participating institution. These loans were secured not by property collateral but by intangible assets such as personal guarantees which had no tangible value. NAMA did not pay the participating institution any consideration for these 260 million equity loans. Thus, only 229 of the 489 million par debt acquired by NAMA was secured by tangible assets with a realisable net value. That's very important. So it does mean, in relation to this particular person, the amount of loans that NAMA took over was 489. 229 had of that amount was secured by actual property, and the other 260 was secured only by way of perhaps a personal guarantee. And because the personal guarantee wasn't a tangible guarantee, NAMA paid zero for the 260 million. So the idea, and it's maybe very important to put it out there, that NAMA in some way paid a lot of the 489 million. They didn't. They actually only effectively paid a portion in respect of the 229 million. But that said, the taxpayer was caught in the hook for the lot because we bailed out the banks for the shortfall. So I do want to put that on the record. So while NAMA might say their side of it is clear, the taxpayer was caught for the full whack of that unsecured loan 100%, because the banks had to receive funding as a result of that. So the debtor connection agreed to initiate a programme of asset sales and debt-free financing so as to maximise NAMA recovery as part of the loan. Ultimately, these proceeds, the total proceeds of approximately 200 million were realised from the loan, property and other loan security realisations. As part of the disposal programme, a loan sale debt with a par value of 352 designated project NANs realised proceeds of 26.6 million. This transaction included 240 million, originally 260 at time of acquisition, in equity-backed loans for which NAMA had not paid any consideration, and 111 million par debt by secured assets. So therefore the 26.6 million realised for project NANs related to the par debt of 111 million, part of the original acquired secured debt of 229. Thus, in total proceeds of approximately 200 million were realised from the asset sale and loan sale refinancing equity, equating to a recovery of 87% of the original acquired property secured par debt of 229. The proceeds realised were well in excess of the recovery target set by NAMA for that particular individual and the acquisition value paid by NAMA to the participating institution. So they also then go on to say the third query relates to can I advise has NAMA investigated the matter. Part of this, NAMA undertook a review of the written confirmations and warranties in respect of the Section 172 declarations which were provided by the borrowers and the purchasers at the time of the loan sale in 2012. These confirmed that the borrower and the purchaser were complying with the requirements of Section 172 of the NAMA Act. Following inquiries raised by NAMA, it has been established that the party who has been identified as a director of the purchaser entity was not a NAMA debtor. So I just want to put that on the record. Maybe there was some other connection with the NAMA debtor, but they're saying the person was not a NAMA debtor. So there's wriggle room there, I'll just put that. NAMA wishes to be helpful to the committee, but is required by law to operate by reference to the prohibitions of disclosure of confidential information, and essentially they can't say any more. There's a bit of information there, but there's still a bit of wriggle room in there. So some people are interested in that, and I read it into the record because it's very big money, and I think it's a matter that people were concerned about, and it has attracted a lot of public comment. So we note and publish that letter. Okay? That's all right? Pardon?
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
First, note and publish it, and I'd like to come back to that.
Fine.
We're
We will be coming back.
Oh, lovely. No, Chair,
periodically.
and you've done the right thing writing it into the letter and highlighting it. And we're sitting here now, notwithstanding many comments and papers lately, and we're looking at this. There are two of us here.
Yeah,
And three, sorry. And I'm not making a point of that because lots of people have other committee meetings. But just the difficulty, we're looking at that. And as ordinary TDs, trying to make sense of that, look at it as one item for correspondence.
One of 50 items today.
How many?
Probably 50 items of correspondence today.
We're talking about wriggle room. We're the effort to pursue the 173, and then we're told that there weren't a NAMA debtor and so on. And we have to go back and look at that. How long, Chair, do you think that would take to try and check that, make sense out of it, talk to the people who have raised concerns about it. As one item of correspondence. I just think what you're putting on the record is important, and it's equally important to put on the record that that's what we're faced with on a Public Accounts Committee, not to mention what's before us today, and to try to understand that as ordinary TDs and try to hold a system to account.
Okay, the one point I think we'll write back to NAM arising from that letter. They said they're established that the person identified as a director of the purchaser entity was not a NAM debtor. We'll write back straight up, was there any connection between that person and a NAM debtor? Because maybe that person wasn't a NAM debtor, but we want to know, was there any connection? And they should know that. And nicely...
Alone should they know that, but there's a duty to explain to us, and we are not here to minutely go through something to try and find that the onus is on the organisation to disclose to us that everything has been done properly. Yeah. That's an onus on every organisation that comes in here. What's happening is it's been pushed the other way.
They do quote in their last paragraph, you know, they're constrained by the legislation from disclosing details. However, I think what we're asking is not about an it's not an unreasonable question. And you're right. Like, we could have just noted and published and move on, and there you go. Like, there's very serious issues come, and people feel, you know, we follow matters through, and yes, we do. You know. So we will go back and ask for further clarification of that. Mr. McCarthy.
Just to put on record that I have asked for further information in relation to this transaction. I haven't received all the information that I require yet. When I have the information, I'll consider whether I need to do some further investigation of the matter and potentially to report. But I haven't made that decision as of yet.
And the big question we asked here that day was, what level of verification have they made of the Section 172 declarations? And I gathered that they hadn't. Like, that's a bit like the revenue saying it's a self-assessment system, but there's no audit in place.
Yeah, well, we did raise that in the Section 226 report, the second report, which you already discussed with them, that was a concern, that they were taking assurances at face value. Now, I suppose, again, and it's similar, you can discuss it with revenue as well, that does create a significant declaration. It is a legally important declaration. So it is a control process. It's not an insignificant control process, but obviously verification or standing up matters is
and perhaps you can't answer, do these declarations have any legal standing outside the state? Because this is a sale transaction in Europe.
That may be where there's a greater difficulty. I couldn't answer. I couldn't answer that.
It's wide open.
It certainly shows you the kind of underpinning there was, if you use that term, for some of the transactions the banks. Yeah.
Okay. Look, we're not finished with it.
Just something to note as well. In Section 202. It does say that while there is a prohibition on the disclosure of information, I think it's important that the committee would note in Section 5 of that, it states nothing in subsection 2 prevents the disclosure of information in the course of giving evidence before a House of the Oireachtas or a committee of either or both houses. So there is an onus on NAMA to present information and to provide the assurances that Deputy Connolly referred to.
So make sure that transcript, they're made aware of that in this reply, that, see, we're not legal experts. We can't be expected to know the subsections of 202. And I thank you, Mr. McCarthy, for highlighting it. Because, you know, how could we be expected to know the full details of that, you know? Anyway, look, we're going back to them on that basis, and thanks. Okay, next item then is, where was I? 17, so we've noted and published that, but we're following it up again. 1714 from Desmond Fitzgerald, President of University of Limerick, providing an update on steps taken by Dr. Fitzgerald to ensure the conclusions of the Thorn report are fully and swiftly implemented. Dr. Fitzgerald states there is a sharp focus on ensuring that matters are dealt with fully, and finally to restore the reputation of the university. I do have one remark on that. If you can get the letter up on the screen and move on, just move down. I'll tell you where, say go on, there's a couple of pages in that letter. I just happen to hand, The one issue, thank you. And there's one issue I want to refer, it's on page Yes, it's on page 3, paragraph 8. So he says, at the hearing of the Public Accounts Committee in the press and in communication to University of Limerick staff, I apologised on behalf of the university to the regulatory bodies, the current and former employees, and to the people of the Midwest for what was revealed in the Thorne report. I have one question to follow up this letter is, it's all well and good apologising to staff and former staff. I want to know the current position in relation to staff, current and former staff. Because it's fine to say I'm sorry, but have to done anything about it in practice. And I want to know the current status in relation to the staff he's referring to there. I think there may have been whistleblowers originally. We need a note without identifying them by name in relation to their current employment status and how that apology was given practical effect. Because if there hasn't been given proper legal effect, it's only words.
I think asking obviously Mr. Fitzgerald or Dr. Fitzgerald to do that is one thing. I'd want to hear what how the whistleblowers felt.
We won't preclude that now.
No, I know, but the thing about it is, if you hear that, if you get, it's not necessarily going to reflect how they feel about it.
Okay. Well,
So,
I just say to Mr. Fitzgerald, I'm testing him by asking that question. So,
because there was an expectation when this report came in front of us, that we would engage again with the whistleblowers. And I mean, and in fact we pushed that out to that point, and we haven't done that.
I think I'll ask that reply when it does come back, meet the level of candour and open, and full details in relation to what we've asked about the people concerned. And I think we'll judge Mr. Fitzgerald's words then, and let's hope that everything he said measures up when we see that reply. And when we see the reply, we'll examine it in specificity, and if we have to take it further, we will, because I'm asking the question.
I think, Chairman, just at the end of that page, he also refers to an additional report on UL by me, which is a special report which is with the department, and it has to be published before the end of the month by the department.
So we could have that next week?
And it will provide a further context for the letter.
Great.
I think.
Okay, that's good. Yes, absolutely. And it is on a work programme. Okay. Next item then is correspondence C. We held over item 1595 from the last time. We'll come back to it again. Correspondence 1674. Dated the 22nd of October and 1716 from the 7th of November from an individual who made a submission to DPAR in respect of the OPW in relation to strengthening civil service accountability and reforms. We requested a relevant report at our meeting with the OPW. The members will review the report, reviewed 5 specific properties. He also provided details of other properties that he believes value for money was not achieved. The former Passport Office and the Garda offices in Harcourt Square. The individual believes that an independent report should be commissioned by the OPW. We've already dealt with the correspondence from Maurice Buckley, which provides a considerable amount of information background regarding the recent developments of property management. While I believe that this is a topic we may have to return to in the new year, I propose to request the Chairman to provide a further update in relation to developments to ensure the effective property management, and will advise the correspondent accordingly. But we've already agreed that we're bringing in the person who wrote that report to us, so that's on our work programme. So we've already previously agreed to bring in the person who sent us that report, a former employee, and so we will be dealing with that as soon as we set a date. Next item 1697 from an individual forward to the committee in relation to the value for money of the Strategic Banking Corporation of Ireland. The bank is audited by the CNAG and it proposes to forward the correspondence with the correspondent's permission to the Strategic Banking Institution, and I understand the clerk of the Finance Committee has already been in correspondence with that organisation, and I propose the 2 clerks liaise and seek an update on any intended action. So is that agreed? So it's gone to 2 committees, that particular item of correspondence. 1710 from an individual dated the 8th of November regarding property leases undertaken on behalf of the state by OPW. We'll note and we'll take that into consideration when we're having that meeting with the individual in the former employee of OPW. Correspondence 1712 and 13 dated the 7th of November. who was from a person who has been in correspondence in relation to Cork ETB. The Cork ETB advised the committee that the individual agreed to a full and final settlement with the ETB of all outstanding complaints, which included the provision that the individual will not apply for any further positions. The Department of Education and Skills provided advice to the effect that the individual were free to accept or reject any or all the settlement, and encouraging the individual to engage with the ETB through their individual legal advisors in order to reach a settlement. The response from the ETB and the Department were forwarded to the correspondent. I propose we advise the correspondent's consideration is now closed. Have people any comment on that? Have we taken that as far as we can? I think we have. And the basic point is, it does sound severe, but the person with their legal advisor signed up to that agreement. We're not going to unravel an agreement that they freely entered into, full stop. That's all I can say. So anyway, that's the end of correspondence for today. And now,
just two quick issues, if I can. I'll be very brief.
Yeah.
The CNHE's report into Waterford IT, has that been noted?
No.
No. Can we note that and just put that on our work programme?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy.
First of all, and secondly, can we write to RTE to get an update on the Evershed report and its implementation? Because it identified a number of staff who were on, allegedly or possibly on these bogus self-employment contracts, and the commitment in the report was that they would contact each of these staff members individually to ascertain the status of their contract. My understanding is, for the vast majority of them, that hasn't happened. They haven't been contacted. So it was a clear commitment in that independent report. So can we write to them, asking for an update? And the question specifically is, those people who are identified, why have they not been contacted? Or have they been contacted? And if not, why not?
Okay, we will do that. Yeah. So if we come to 1716, oh, sorry, we have it covered. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I think that's the end of correspondence, and we'll include that WIT report on our work programme, and we'll certainly, that's a matter we can deal with. Next item is statements and accounts received since the last meeting.
No, this week.
There are none. That's extraordinary. I've been a quiet week all around for somebody. Next item, our work programme. So we'll just put the work programme up on the screen. So today we have the Revenue Commissioners. In the afternoon we have a private session. Then next Thursday we have there's a special chapter on the Hep C treatment in Ireland. I think the cost ultimately was 1.5 billion. Is that in that order?
Yes. The compensation schemes that were put in place.
And we're asking the people from the HSE, because that was as a result of medical negligence, and we'll do that. And we don't need to go back over the cervical check. We did pencil it in for that next week, but we had it last week, and we're coming back to it again by correspondence. But we don't need to deal with cervical check every second week. So that's clear on that. Then we have next week. Then we hope to have a draft of our 4th periodic report. That'll be a document prepared by the Secretariat with no input from the members, so it's not a members' report, a committee report, and those who seek to print or publish a leaked version of it, be aware it's not a PAC approved document, or even the PAC had no input. So publish at your peril, that's all I say.
Can we send an email to all the people who are not here?
Yeah, so the Secretariat will give us a draft for our first consideration of the matter, and I'm going to try, and I'm asking people to take a bit of time out before the meeting to go through it, because I'd like to clear that, and with a view to publishing it early in September, because the concept of not doing it early in December, it's essential that we do that. So I want to try and clear that first reading of that report, and then we might just have a final one after that. Okay. Next item then is the 29th of the 11th. We have Employment Affairs and Social Protection. Several chapters in the CNAG's annual report, and the Social Insurance Fund, and the vote is one of the biggest votes out there. So there's quite a lot, and I'm already indicating we probably won't get to complete all that work on that day, and we might have to hold some of it over. We've listed everything got to do with that department for the first day, and then we might have to come back to it. Deputy Cullinane.
It strikes me that this is a very good example of something that we were talking about last week, where there's an awful lot in this, and an accounting officer is going to come in to try and ask questions on a lot of different issues. And I think I'm looking at the job path one and some of the other ones where we had them in before and we weren't getting information. In fact, they weren't in a position, they were saying, to give us information. So I think this is one of these meetings where we need to signal and signpost well in advance what we're looking for from them. So we're not in a position next week where they come in and they don't have what we're looking for and we get frustrated. So I certainly would take it upon myself to contact the Secretariat. Specifically, these are the type of questions, the type of responses or issues or information that I want. Because I can just foresee problems. It's a big portfolio, obviously, but it's our departments. But there's a lot of issues and chapters.
We'll send a memo out to all members to the committee today. To make sure to do that because of the volume. And I think up front we won't get to clear everything in that department that day. But I've listed the full programme for that department, but we won't get it all.
Part of our problem is going to be, and you can envisage it at this stage, is the job path. The particular companies and the relationship, financial relationship between the department is not something they're going to share with us. And in actual fact, it makes it because they'll tell us that it's commercially sensitive, and that's at the heart of this, because we're almost at, for example, we're told we're almost at zero unemployment. And you know, there's very large amounts of money being expended on companies to, you know, and may continue to be. And we can't explore that. Then, really, are we getting onto the bonnet at all?
Really, we'll want the up-to-date position to the end of September, the end of the last quarter, most recent quarter.
What we were trying to do with the chapter was to bring relevant performance information to the committee, and it was in reaction, essentially, to the committee's inquiries earlier in the year or at the end of last year that I decided to do this chapter to try and, if you like, focus on the performance issues that were relevant. We did have to be careful about certain commercial information, and I think we have been, and the department was happy with that. There is, I think, the option in your standing orders to hear certain information that is commercially sensitive in a closed session.
Private session.
Yeah, so that might be a possible avenue if there were specific other points that you wanted to pursue, but I think that's a matter for yourselves.
Okay.
I think that's a good option if we need it. From memory, I think when we had him in the last time and the job pat issue was raised, what we got was the overall figure, the overall spend. There's two companies that roll out this service. We got the overall figure, but then we were told we can't give you the breakdown for each company because then the other company will know. But the other company would have known because the overall figure is the overall figure. Each company knows what they spend. So we were in a kind of a bizarre...
They got the balance.
Yeah, it was actually ridiculous because... but they're the type of issues that we want to be in that space again next week. So anyway, I'll certainly...
And we might suggest that...
If it is private session, that if it is necessary, then fine.
I think just put them on notice that in the event that they feel to assist the committee, somebody is commercially sensitive, tell them about the procedure that we may go into private session for a short period. Now, one other aspect in relation to that, and it doubles up, one of the significant payments by this department is in relation to the rental supplement and the issue of HAP. Does the HAP come through the housing vote or social?
Housing, but obviously there's a rent supplement.
The rent supplement
which is a very big programme as well.
Yeah, the rent supplement is easing down because HAP is taken up. So I think because we're dealing with rent supplement, which is housing, I'm going to ask somebody from the Department of Housing, not the Secretary, but the appropriate person who's the most senior person got to do with the rental supplement HAP issue to be here. But maybe we'll just say to be here for the after. That won't be finished in the morning session. And
protection.
Yeah, social protection.
Yeah.
Because it's rent supplement.
Oh, no, I just said housing, sir.
And we don't want them saying, you know, that's housing and whatever. So we need somebody from the Department of Housing here on that day. They don't need to be here for the whole lot of it. So I'd suggest just to assist the witnesses that we will hold anything got to do with rental supplement and housing and HAP to the 2:30 session, because we won't. It's not possible to clear all that in the morning session. So I think we will be here for the full, you know, well into the afternoon. And there's no point in having housing officials sitting there from 10 o'clock in the morning. You know, it's just I'm trying to facilitate witnesses rather than...
Rent supplement is the Department of
Housing. Yeah, but the rent supplement is social protection.
Yeah.
And I'm saying because that is connected with housing.
It is, yeah. So,
I want an official from the Department of Housing as well as to be here on that day,
Oh.
because I don't want, because
Or
there will be
crossover.
crossover. So I'm just saying, apart from the usual the Department of Social Protection officials, Employment and Social Protection, I want to have one official here from the Department of Housing in relation to anything that they can answer that maybe the social protection people can't answer in relation to numbers and
sorry, I was confused because the Department of Housing is down anyway.
I think it's changed.
Oh, the one I'm looking at.
Oh, you're
That's
looking at
right.
the old one.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. No, we've
Yeah.
changed. We're dealing with so they can't make it on that day.
Secretary.
I understand. So it's just social protection.
Pure
I
social.
understand. I was
Everything got to
looking
do
at
with all the chapters and all the. It's a big day because it's a very big department expenditure. But just
Could I
one
point
section.
out, Chairman, as well, that Chapter 20, PRSI contributions by the self-employed,
And we need some of them
there's very big issues there, and I think they are crossing between revenue and social protection as well.
So we're saying for that Department of Social Protection, the issue in relation to Chapter 20 contributions by the self-employed, which are collected by the revenue.
Correct.
And then the issue in relation to rental supplement, which affects the Department of Housing. We'll ask for officials from those two areas to be here for the afternoon session.
Can I just ask, Chair, if
Yeah.
you made the point that we may not get through all of these because there's, 5 chapters?
And the vote.
Yeah, the point is that we'll all come in and we'll all touch off bits and pieces of it. So how do we know if we've covered them or not? Because if it is the case, I'm only just saying, if we are going to be looking at 2 sessions, why then do we not break it up and we deal with certain chapters?
Well, we
day
can.
one.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're just going to touch off stuff, and then how do you judge whether or not we've covered it?
Well, that's fine, because always on a chapter, sometimes there's 3 or 4 chapters, and it could happen today with the revenue. People might concentrate 99% of their time.
But if we've decided that we're concentrating on these chapters today, and let's do the due diligence on these chapters, and then in the next meeting we can deal with the other chapters.
Yeah, well,
You've provisionally got a second day for social
we are
protection on the 13th
we're not a date finalised yet, but that's why I'm saying I want to put everything on it, because I don't want to stop a member speaking on. If somebody wants to ask about the vote, and the vote has to be there as the first issue, and that might go into overpayments. And it's going to be hard to stop the vote and some of the chapters, but it'll be our job here to make sure we do touch on every chapter. And some chapters will get more attention than others. So that's why I'm already signalling.
Okay, and we'll get a second run to pick up on maybe issues we haven't.
And we might decide on the day to hold over some of it for the second day.
Just a small
Yeah.
issue,
Yeah.
and we talk about rent assistance.
Yeah.
There's rent assistance and there's RAS, both under social protection. I don't know who pays for the leasing, what department that comes out of.
As was the Department of Community. It was certainly established under the Department of Community.
Let's forget. We'll ask the Secretary to check out the RAS payment, and if it is that department, to be here in the afternoon if it has a housing implication.
RAS come through local authorities.
RAS.
No, HAP comes through local authorities.
I have come through local authorities. Rent supplement is
I
through the
understand.
department.
My understanding was that originally there was rent supplement, and then RAS was put
Yes.
in place by community, and then HAP developed in community, on the community side.
There are still RAS.
Or-
There
Sorry,
are still
housing, I
RAS.
should say.
Out there.
And there's a different set of protections
Yeah.
around them
Yes.
as well.
We get a quarterly report in Galway. There are long-term leasing, short-term leasing, RAS, rental accommodation scheme, HAP,
Rent supplement.
and rent supplement, which is Department of the Social Protection, and they're phasing that out.
Yeah.
But all of the others, as I understand it,
Or
come
the
under
housing.
our
Housing.
I think RAS is in under housing.
Housing, yeah.
We'll get that.
Yeah.
So that's why we need an official got to do with housing here with the social welfare people that day, and the revenue on the collection of self-employed. And we'll see the level of progress we make, But I didn't want to exclude some chapters in case people said, why, Yeah.
We've done a piece on housing, and we're going to do another piece, and we're going to do a report.
We will.
The fragmentation of all of this, albeit some of it is being, channelled through the local authorities, is actually causing a great deal of confusion in terms of understanding what's been spent, for example, on housing, and what the long-term obligations will be. And it's going to be very hard for us to get that total picture if we don't find some way of pulling that together.
Yeah, we'll have
So
to.
it might be in 2 different reports, periodic reports, for example.
No, well, we'll hold them over. We won't split a topic across 2 reports just because of the timetable.
sure.
We can agree to hold one over until we complete the project for the sake. And I think that happened once before. We were doing something, we said we'll hold it over to complete it in the next report. And that's an issue that, and the approved housing bodies and everything. There's a lot before we get to complete this issue.
Just on that, actually, it's becoming clearer because all of the schemes are under the local authority, with the exception of rent supplement, which has been phased out. And all of the other schemes, the HAP, the RAS, the long-term leasing, the short-term leasing, are all under the local authority.
Capital assistance scheme.
And that's confusing enough, but at least we're getting an overall picture that we know from the Controller and Auditor General. It doubled, the HAP payment doubled to 300 million from one year to another, and it's going to go up to 431 or 51 next year. So we know that very clearly. What's very confusing is the voluntary housing associations and the amount of schemes that are there. That is what's very confusing. The amount of money going in under what scheme. Sometimes, I'm sorry, yeah, that's where I think the difficulty is.
Yeah.
The other difficulty is actually the amount of money being sent out through these schemes to the private market, which is another area.
And that's
absolutely.
that's where we have to come back to yet, because we didn't deal with the approved housing bodies here at all the first day. The approved housing body dealing with the payments to them is on our schedule. We were always going to have a second.
Oh no, I agree with you, but I was never interested per se in the approved housing bodies. It's what the department is doing and the amount of money and the governance issues.
And the outcome and what houses have been delivered. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we're saying then on that day we'll have somebody from housing and somebody from the Revenue Commissioners here for the afternoon session. So I think that, and then what's the next, the 13th of December? Have we anything for the 13th of December in the work programme?
Well, we have communications in for the 6th.
Oh yeah, on the 6th. Yeah, I have a question here. We're dealing with communications, climate action, environment, that department and that vote on the 6th of December. And the CNAG has a chapter in relation to cyber security and the energy efficiency fund. And we also will be dealing with the National Broadband Plan on that day under that department. And this issue of cyber security, it's under that department. But I just want the officials to check out, has the Army or the Department of Defence a role in relation to cyber security? I understand they do have some role. So we want that clarified. Am I correct in saying that? They do. Yeah. The Army has a role in terms of our security on this issue, and we need to have the appropriate people from the Department or the Army or the Defence Forces here. If we're talking about cyber security, it's not just confined to that department.
Can we get some sort of an indication of what they can talk about? Because there's no point in, I mean, I've seen a reply to a PQ that you can't.
On which
topic?
topic?
A secret service, for example, and you can't be told what the budget is.
I know, but that's
it's a secret.
You're talking about cyber security.
But there will be elements of cybersecurity that you can't talk about, quite obviously, because I mean, you don't want to be given the. I mean, we'd be looking at the finance, and we'd be looking at the process.
The governance of the process.
But there's no point in having people come along here and tell us they can't talk about stuff.
Well, there's a specific chapter in your report already.
About the structure that's to govern our cyber security, and I think that's the critical element. Are the elements in place? What are those elements? Who's responsible for what? I mean, I don't think that anybody could argue that the Parliament could not be told those
broad issues. Yeah, there is a Deputy Cullinane.
Yeah, can I just ask about the University of Limerick report and the Waterford IT report? It might be an opportunity to deal with both of those reports on the same day. I don't know, but can we find out?
It might be that 13th either,
But before we make a decision on how we do it, in terms of the Waterford IT report, that's the CNHE report. If we had some sense as to what the HEA and the department are going to do on their more substantial report, because they were waiting for this legal advice from the Attorney General, and then what their response to that will be or not, that would maybe give us a better indication as to where that's going to go. If that's in a space where it's going to be months, if not a year or whatever, away from going
we
could deal with the CNHE's report. But if it's something better than that, we may wait and do both reports on the same day. I don't know, but
Okay.
But I asked the last meeting, can we find out where that is?
We will.
Did we get a response?
Not yet.
No.
Yeah, we'll follow that now this week.
Is it that he didn't follow it up, or that?
Well, it'll be dealt with this week, okay?
Right.
Right, be dealt with. Okay, I think at this stage we've concluded the discussion on the work programme for today, and at this stage that there'll be no other business. We are now going to suspend while witnesses take their seats, just for a couple of moments. Session. Today we will be dealing with the appropriation account number 2017 number 9 for the Office of the Revenue Commissioners, and we'll also deal with the CNAG Chapter 17 from his annual report dealing with revenue progress in tobacco smuggling, Chapter 18 Management of High Wealth Individuals Tax Liabilities, and Chapter 19 Corporation Tax Losses. And the committee had a lot of meetings on that during the year and issued a special report on that topic some months ago. So we're joined today from the Revenue Commissioners by Niall Cody, Chairman, Mick Gilligan, Principal Officer, Ruth Fennessy, Principal Officer, Keith Walsh, Principal Officer, and Claire Amelia from the CNAG Committee Liaison. We're also joined from the Department of Finance by Anna Dunnigan, Principal Officer, Tax Policy Division. Can I remind members and witnesses and those in the public gallery to turn off your phone entirely? That means putting it onto airplane mode. Putting it on silent is not sufficient because that will interfere with your recording system here. I also wish to advise members that by virtue of 17(2)(1 of the Defamation Act 2009, witnesses are protected by absolute privilege in respect of their evidence to the committee. If you are directed by the committee to cease giving evidence in relation to a particular matter and you continue to do so, you are entitled thereafter only to qualified privilege in respect of your evidence. You are directed that only evidence connected with the subject matter of these proceedings is to be given, and you are asked to respect the parliamentary practice to the effect that, where possible, you should not criticise or make charges against any person or persons or entity by name or in such a way as to make him or it identifiable. Members of the committee are reminded of the provisions of standing orders that the committee shall refrain from inquiring into the merits of a policy or policies of the government or a minister of the government or the merits of the objectives of such policies. We expect witnesses to answer questions put to them clearly and with candour, and witnesses can and should expect to be treated fairly and with respect at all times in accordance with the witness protocol. So we will commence by taking the opening statement from Mr McCarthy, Controller and Auditor General.
Thank you, Chairman. The account of the receipt of revenue of the state collected by the Revenue Commissioners discloses taxes and duties remitted by revenue to the Exchequer and receipts collected by revenue on behalf of others. The 2017 revenue account, which was certified in April 2018, was examined by the committee at a meeting last June. Revenue's administration and operational expenses are charged to Vote 9, Office of the Revenue Commissioners, rather than to the revenue account. The 2017 appropriation account shows that the total spent by revenue in the year was €411 million. Taking account of appropriations in aid of €71 million, net expenditure under the vote amounted to €340 million. The surrender for the year was €3.4 million. Chapter 17 examines the actions taken by revenue in recent years to tackle the issue of tobacco smuggling, which represents a significant risk to tax receipts. Revenue and the National Office for Tobacco Control commission an annual survey to estimate the extent of illicit tobacco-related activity in Ireland. Based on the survey, Revenue estimates that 13% of cigarettes consumed in Ireland in 2017 were illegal, with an associated notional loss of revenue of around €229 million. Revenue's seizures of cigarettes and tobacco in 2017 were worth over €20 million at normal prices, representing a potential loss to the Exchequer of some €16 million in taxes and duties. Relative to the estimated overall loss of €229 million, this implies a revenue detection rate for illegal cigarettes of approximately 7%. The value of any seizures that take place abroad with Revenue's assistance is not recorded, as there is no formal mechanism in place to account for such events. Figure 17 in the report refers to expenditure of over €400,000 incurred by Revenue up to the end of August 2018, relating to the ongoing holding in Dublin Port of a ship that was seized in 2014 for carrying illegal cigarettes and tobacco. Significant disposal costs may also arise, and this expenditure is charged to Vote 9. Revenue published its first standalone strategy on combating the illicit tobacco trade, covering the period 2011 to 2013. A follow-on standalone strategy was not produced. However, Revenue is currently finalising a national action plan to combat illicit tobacco with a focus on increased international cooperation. Chapter 18 outlines Revenue's approach to monitoring and managing the tax affairs of high wealth individuals. These are managed by a dedicated unit within Revenue's Large Cases Division. A specific case manager is assigned to each individual. As at June 2018, the unit was managing approximately 480 individuals. The unit was also dealing with around 140 trusts, partnerships and other legal entities related to these individuals. Revenue's criterion for someone to be considered a high wealth individual is that the person is known or believed to have net assets of over 50 million euros. This is a high threshold compared to other jurisdictions. High wealth individuals tend to operate in multiple business sectors. Revenue's practice in that regard is to assign a sectoral code to each high wealth individual that reflects their primary activity. On that basis, around 1/3 of high wealth individuals operate primarily in the real estate sector. High wealth individuals' tax liabilities cover a range of tax categories. At the time of the examination, the most recent data provided by Revenue in relation to tax liabilities for high wealth individuals was for 2015. In that year, high wealth individuals accounted for 3.4% of all net income tax due, 9.3% of capital gains tax receipts, and 2% of all capital acquisition tax receipts. High wealth individuals filed 334 income tax returns in 2015. The number of returns filed is lower than the number of individuals managed in the unit for a number of reasons. For example, a jointly assessed couple, both classed as high wealth individuals, would count as one taxpayer unit and file one income tax return. The unit also monitors individuals known to have substantial economic interests in Ireland but may not have a requirement to file an income tax return in Ireland. The income tax due from high wealth individuals who made income tax returns in 2015 was highly concentrated, with very significant variations between the 334 returns. 85% of the total income tax liability was due from just 10 taxpayers. Across the group, the average effective tax rate was 39.2%, more than double the average rate of 16.3% for all income tax payers. However, 90 high wealth individuals had an effective income tax rate of less than the national average. The examination reviewed a sample of 30 compliance interventions undertaken by Revenue, which resulted in additional tax being collected from high wealth individuals. Of these, 14 had availed of a qualifying disclosure programme to settle their tax affairs. A qualifying disclosure programme allows a taxpayer who entered into a tax avoidance transaction to settle with Revenue by paying the full tax and interest due at the time of the disclosure. Incentives for the taxpayer in such cases are a 20% reduction in the amount of interest otherwise due and the avoidance of penalties and publication as defaulters. For one of the intervention cases reviewed, Revenue had agreed to a phased payment arrangement on the basis of limited documentation. 26 other taxpayers involved in the same tax avoidance scheme were granted the same settlement arrangements without the specified evidence. Revenue guidelines set out the evidence required, but also state that some cases may fall outside the guidelines. However, the guidelines do not explicitly state in what circumstances such an exception should be made. And finally, Chapter 19 reviews recent trends in corporation tax losses and follows on from a report I presented last year in relation to corporation tax. Companies are liable for corporation tax in respect of all profits arising from income or gains. Where a company reports a trading loss, that loss can be used to obtain relief from the payment of corporation tax. Losses carried forward by companies can be made up of a combination of unused capital allowances and trading losses. However, Revenue systems do not identify unused capital allowances carried forward separately from the overall losses carried forward. There is a high degree of concentration in companies that have accumulated losses. In 2016, a total of 231 billion euros of losses and unused capital allowances was available for offset against profits. Those available losses and allowances could potentially result in the lowering over a number of years of corporation tax receipts by the order of 29 billion euros. This overhang of losses is consequently a key variable in the outturn of corporation tax receipts. As has been noted previously, corporation tax receipts have consistently outperformed forecasts in recent years, and particularly since 2015. Based on prior year trends, revenue forecasts receipts on a net basis, that is, after the impact of losses. Separate forecasting of gross receipts and of the usage of losses may offer some potential for improved forecasting accuracy. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you indeed. And now I'll ask Mr. Cody to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity to make my opening statement. Today's meeting is to focus on the revenue vote on 3 chapters of the 2017 report of the Controller and Auditor General, published in September. These are Chapter 17, Tackling Tobacco Smuggling, Chapter 18, Management of High Wealth Individuals' Tax Liabilities, and Chapter 19, Corporation Tax Losses. In welcoming this opportunity to address the findings of the report, I draw the Committee's attention to Section 851A of the Taxes Consolidation Act 1997 and my obligation to uphold taxpayer confidentiality. Revenue's role is to serve the community by fairly and efficiently collecting taxes and duties and implementing customs controls. Our aim is to protect Exchequer funds and ensure that everyone meets their tax and duty obligations in accordance with the law. Our strategy is consistent across all taxpayer segments. We provide service to make it as easy as possible for taxpayers to understand and meet their tax and duty obligations, and we prioritise the protection of Exchequer funds and support compliant taxpayers by identifying, targeting and tackling non-compliance on a risk basis. Revenue's response to non-compliance in all its forms, from the more straightforward non-filing of tax returns to complex tax avoidance schemes to criminal tax and excise fraud, is risk-based, proportionate and responsive to taxpayer behaviour. In Chapter 17, the Controller reviews Revenue's progress in tackling tobacco smuggling and acknowledges that this is a global problem. The European Anti-Fraud Office, OLAF, estimates that cigarette smuggling costs national and EU budgets more than €10 billion annually. The illicit tobacco trade is known to be dominated by internationally organised criminal groups who are often also involved in other crimes such as drug smuggling, money laundering and people trafficking. In Ireland, tobacco taxation is a key policy instrument in reducing tobacco consumption. In keeping with the government's public health objectives, we have one of the highest rates of tobacco tax in Europe. In the most popular price category of cigarettes, total tax, excise and VAT, now represents just over 79% of the retail price per pack in Ireland. Tobacco tax is a significant source of revenue and generated €1.4 billion in tax receipts in 2017. While the high tax policy has resulted in progress in reducing tobacco consumption, this trade-off is that it incentivises illicit trade. Tackling this is a key priority for revenue. Measurement of the illicit tobacco trade is known to be challenging. In a report in 2014, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control recognised that all methods to estimate illicit tobacco trade have their limitations. That report indicated the very wide variations between countries in the percentage of the national cigarette market constituted by illicit cigarettes. For example, Latvia 41%, Sweden 20% and Italy 3.5%, and estimated the market share for illicit cigarettes within the EU at 10.4%. Revenue's best estimate of the scale of the illicit tobacco market in Ireland is provided by an annual survey conducted by Ipsos MRBI on behalf of Revenue and the National Tobacco Control Office of the HSE. The primary usefulness of this measure is to track the trend over time. The 2017 survey found 13% of packs to be illegal, up from 10% in 2016 and 12% in 2015. This follows the recognised trend Europe-wide. For comparative purposes, in the UK, where a high tobacco policy similarly applies, in 2016-17 the illicit cigarette market was 15%, up from 13% in 15-16 and 8% in 14-15. Based on 2017 survey results, the nominal loss to the Exchequer in 2017 is approximately €229 million in excise and VAT. While this provides an indication of the financial significance of the problem, it is based on the improbable assumption that if there were no illicit cheap cigarettes, those smokers would buy the same amount of more expensive tax cigarettes using money that they are currently not spending on any form of taxable consumption. That aside, we know that the illicit tobacco trade represents a significant threat to government's health policy, to exchequer funds, to legitimate trade and to revenue strategy to maximise voluntary compliance. We know also that it funds international organised crime. Revenue devotes considerable resources to challenging all stages in the supply chain for illicit tobacco products. We work to identify and target those involved in smuggling, supplying or selling illicit tobacco products, with a view to disrupting supply, seizing the illicit products and maximising our impact by prosecuting those involved wherever possible. In 2017, we seized over 34.24 million cigarettes and 1,768 kilos of tobacco, with a combined retail value of €20.34 million. The comparative figures to the end of October this year are 58.9 million cigarettes and 1,685 kilos of tobacco, with a total retail value of €36.5 million. This includes tobacco products seized in March in 2018, when a revenue-led operation resulted in the discovery and closure of a counterfeit cigarette factory in County Louth, the first of its kind to be discovered in the state. Up to the end of October this year, our prosecution cases for tobacco smuggling or selling offences have resulted in 60 summary convictions, 5 indictable convictions, fines totalling €140 to €150,000, and 9 suspended sentences and 1 custodial sentence of 6 months imprisonment. Alongside this, Revenue has worked with the Department of Health over the last 2 years on a new track and trace system to regulate the legitimate tobacco supply chain across Europe. Revenue was recently designated by the Government as a competent authority in Ireland for this new system, which is due to be introduced during 2019. To summarise, we aim to contain and diminish the illicit tobacco market to the greatest extent possible, and our performance is probably most appropriately measured by the outcomes of our efforts and changes in the size of the illicit tobacco market here relative to other countries with similar tobacco tax policies. I can assure the committee that tackling the illicit tobacco trade will continue to be a key revenue priority, as in tandem with facilitating the free flow of legitimate trade, we work to identify, target and confront a diverse and agile smuggling trade operated at global level with significant involvement of both national and international organised crime groups. We meet these challenges by prioritising national and international cooperation, investment in technology and intelligence development. We work closely with An Garda Síochána, the Criminal Assets Bureau, Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the European Anti-Fraud Agency, Europol and fellow customs administrations in the EU and beyond. In the context of our structural realignment, our actions will be coordinated in a national operation plan to maximise our impact on those involved at every stage of the illegal supply chain and deliver the best possible outcomes in protecting exchequer funds. Turning to Chapter 18 on the management of high-wealth individuals' tax liabilities, the Controller reports that in 2015, 334 HWIs paid a total of €545 million in income tax, capital gains tax and capital acquisitions tax. In line with best international practice, and since 2003, Revenue has dealt with large corporates and HWIs in a dedicated large cases division. In a further refinement to this model this year, we have divided LCD into 2. One division focuses on large corporates and the other on HWIs, including family members and related entities. A significant feature of the HWI segment is that their income derives largely from capital rather than earnings. The IMF notes that globally HWIs maintain more than half of their wealth portfolio in cash and equities, the balance in property and investments, for example, funds, derivatives, currency, commodities. A stock of wealth may be held personally, in trusts and in legal entities effectively controlled by an individual or a family group. Flows of income may fluctuate and may be planned and managed. From our experience, we know also that individuals of a high level of accumulated net wealth are likely to be actively engaged in wealth management and personal tax planning, subject to taxation in multiple jurisdictions, and in the context of wealth preservation, pay attention to global and local tax policy and legislation. There is no evidence, and Revenue does not assume, that wealthy individuals are more likely to be tax non-compliant. Because of the financial complexities and potential tax yield in the HWI segment, Revenue applies close individual attention and considerable skill and expertise to managing tax compliance across the sector. Revenue case managers use their detailed case knowledge together with our data analytics capabilities and the extensive available range of revenue, third-party and internationally exchanged information to manage compliance, profile risk and identify cases for intervention. In 2017, the total yield in tax, interest and penalties from our HWI compliance interventions was €15.3 million. The chapter also refers to tax avoidance, which occurs where transactions are undertaken primarily to give rise to a tax advantage. The focus of revenue anti-avoidance teams encompasses the entire case base because use of legislation other than is intended can present real risks to the tax base and the perceived fairness of the tax system. Also, and in line with international best practice, our HWI and anti-avoidance units work closely together. We identify and investigate schemes and oversee legal challenges up to the High Court, Court of Appeal or Supreme Court as may be required, or negotiate a tax settlement, including interest and penalties as appropriate. We make any necessary recommendation for legislative amendments to prevent tax leakage. The Controller goes on in Chapter 19 to consider corporation tax trading losses, capital allowances and losses carried forward. There are no recommendations for revenue in this chapter, and last month I wrote to the committee as requested, setting out Revenue's work in respect of the estimation of corporation tax receipts, operating as we do in a supporting role to the Department of Finance, who compile and publish forecasts of all taxes, including corporation tax. In summary, the Controller makes 5 recommendations in relation to tackling tobacco smuggling and 3 in relation to the management of HWI's tax liabilities, all of which are agreed. Consistent with Revenue's focus on continuous improvement to achieve the best possible return on resources, our new national structure deploys staff across a broad geographical spread. Our national operational plan will coordinate and integrate our anti-smuggling actions, and we are engaged in a significant risk-based shift of resources towards our medium enterprise, HWI and large corporates divisions. I have provided a separate note to the committee on our structural realignment underway. The purpose of our realignment is to provide a greater match of resources to risk, to reflect the changes in the economic environment in which we operate, and to maximise the use of our resources across the country. Among the levers that make this possible are the digital dividends and efficiencies created by our ongoing investment in data analytics, our extended range of online services, and key projects such as POE modernisation. Finally, and given the focus of Chapter 18 on a very small, distinct group of taxpayers, I will again draw the committee's attention to Section 851A of the Taxes Consolidation Act 1997 and my obligation to uphold taxpayer confidentiality. Subject to this constraint, I will be happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Cody. We have a number of chapters, and the first speaker today is Seán Cassells, who has 20 minutes, followed by Deputy Cullinane, 15, Jonathan O'Brien, Catherine Connolly and Catherine Murphy. Deputy Cassells.
Thank you very much, Cathaoirleach, and I want to welcome Mr. Cody and thank him and all of his team for the work that they do. I suppose, Chairman, kicking off, there's only one game in town today, and the news that broke as we came in here this morning that Dominic Raab had resigned from the UK Cabinet, and by the time we were coming down the stairs, the Work and Pensions Secretary, Esther McVeigh, had followed him out the door, and it has sent reverberations across the political world and especially in Europe. And I suppose the reality for Theresa May, who probably did expect somebody overboard, but her Brexit Secretary is obviously a significant loss. And to lose one Brexit Secretary is unfortunate, but well, to lose 2, we could be calling on Oscar Wilde to pen her obituary by the end of the day. And of course, the reality of all of these events from this morning, Mr. Cody, is that it makes the reality of a hard crash more and more, bringing it into focus. And while not wanting to talk it up, it has to be spoken of. And I remember on our budget day this year that as the officials from the Department of Finance filed into the chamber and sat to the right of Pascal Donoghue in the area reserved, that you were in the midst of them. And in his budget speech, Minister Donoghue made fleeting reference to the Revenue Commissioners and the potential border posts. But it was our own finance spokesperson, Michael McGrath, in his speech, who pressed the Minister on this and on the fact that the government have plans to hire just 200 Brexit custom officials by the deadline next spring, even though it was reported in the press that Revenue estimated an extra 600 staff were needed for the transition period and future EU-UK trade deal. So can you confirm, firstly, that just 200 will be trained and in place by March 29th next year? Do you need the 600 as reported in the media on the day of the budget? And the contingency plan that you have in your safe in Revenue headquarters, did you dust it down this morning before you came in here?
Thank you very much, Deputy, for the question. I find this to be a kind of an interesting position to be in. The Joint Committee on Finance, Public Expenditure and Reform and the Taoiseach have written to me to invite me in to talk about Brexit next Tuesday, and I wrote back to them yesterday suggesting that it may be a more opportune discussion to take place a bit later, given the fact that we're now in the midst of what is very much a political system. But just briefly on the commentary around our requirement in relation to Brexit and government decisions that took place both in July and September in relation to the recruitment of additional staff and the case that we have made. What we're planning for is and the Minister has set this out in an answer to a recent parliamentary question from your finance spokesman, is that in September the government approved our case for additional resources over a period from starting now to January 2021. And the process was that we would require, for the end of the transition period, in the region of 600 additional staff. And what was set out in the decision back in September, and the media then picked it up and put all the figures together, and we had set out a planned recruitment campaign which has already started, and that we have in the region of 40 people in this quarter going into a dedicated training programme for customs, and then in the first quarter of next year that we would end up with an additional 230 to have 270 in place for the 29th of March to facilitate the ongoing engagement with industry on Brexit related, the implications of customs, because a lot of entities, it has tended to be the larger corporates that are engaged in import, export outside the community. What we have then said is, if over the remains of 2019 into 2020, we would continue our recruitment process to have in place the 600 for the end of the transition period, and that was set out at the time. Obviously, when people then hear the figure, it all gets added up together, and where are they? And they're not here now. But that was the planned process. What we have said in the event of a no deal, that we would have to look at how do we, and I think the Minister said this in his answer to the parliamentary question, is how we would then speed up the process of recruitment. And we will be able to do that. I'm not saying we'll have everybody in place from April, but we did a recent recruitment process for staff for trade facilitation, advertising closed in September, we had in excess of 3,000 people applied for jobs, and we've started that interview process. The first 40 of them will be taken off that panel. And then we will continue the process of going through, interviewing, doing the usual process around recruitment and bringing them in. In the event of a change of plan, we'd have to think about how we'd bring in extra quicker. But we also have resources that one of the things that we do in this organisation is that we redeploy. We pride ourselves on having the flexibility to respond to events. But the key issue in relation to our planning for whatever the outcome of Brexit is to ensure that we have the ICT infrastructure in place to cope with what would be a significant, it's not doubling, it's multiples of customs entries if the UK was a third country. And in budget, I have to get my budget right, budget 2017, yeah, the referendum was in June 16. In budget 2017, the former Minister for Finance put in an additional 2 million for us to do our ICT development, to have that in place, because that is the key. And we are satisfied, and we have used that money very well, and we now have scaled up our ICT infrastructure, and will have an ICT infrastructure that can cope with significant multiples of what it currently copes with in March this year.
The point that you made there, Mr. Cody, is you noted that Michael McGrath had made on budget day, is that there had been 3,031 applicants for these jobs as confirmed by the Public Appointments Service, and that government and revenue should have taken the opportunity afforded by the high number of applications to recruit the numbers that it needs. Now, I appreciate you're saying that the media have put a spin on it, but as we have seen this morning, and I know everyone is kind of using soft language in the Dáil chamber, conscious of the need, as that famous phrase, to de-dramatise. But turn on the telly, Chairman, Theresa May is going through cabinet members like Brian Cody goes through hurls on a train in Kilkenny. She is going down, and that is happening. And I'd appreciate if you could be candid and tell us, and more importantly, the public, that if this thing spirals out of control, that revenue can react. You have said that you've been asked in terms of the speeding up process. Well, the speeding up process is probably going to be required. And I appreciate what you've talked about in the investment in terms of ICT infrastructure. But can you answer, would you have enough trained officials by March 29th next year to deal with the doomsday scenario, and that we're not going to have a kind of a Dad's Army scenario required?
I think that in the context of customs and how customs operates, customs is an ICT-driven supply chain management process in which we have a range of options under the Union Customs Code. There's a new, I've spoken before here and in other committees about the Union Customs Code was adopted in 2015. It's to be implemented between 2015 and 2025 across the EU member states. There are a range of options contained in the UCC, and what we are doing in the context of the UCC is we're accelerating the implementation of the provisions that can allow greater simplifications on trade. So I am satisfied that revenue will be in a position to support trade in April next year, and that we will be in a position.
Making that assumption on an orderly exit, and my
No,
question.
if it's April, they'll have left. But we will, and like the key issue, I can't stress this enough. The key issue is that if somebody makes a customs declaration, that our system can cope with it and can cope with it immediately. Because if you can't cope with it immediately, that's what clogs up ports and airports. So we're working on the basis that, and the government have worked on the basis of this central case scenario, which involves an orderly agreement and a transition period. But the type of organisation we are, we always have to have regard to what can happen, and that's why we identified very early on, and we had done some contingency work on Brexit. If everybody, I think, remembers, we had done some of it before the referendum, and the key issue is to ensure the ICT framework. We're also engaged in a whole process of identifying the companies who are going to be engaged in import-export processes. We're starting a process of one-to-one engagement with companies, outreach, looking at how you identify companies that should take advantage of the various different simplifications. But if there's a no deal, obviously infrastructure won't be fully, physical infrastructure won't be in place. And then we'll have to look at how do we operate our systems, because one of the advantages in customs is that the transaction takes place, goods are brought into the country or goods leave the country. But the company has books and records, and some of the clearance work we do is post-clearance checks. I've spoken before about 92% of imports are green routed, so there's no check at entry. Of the 8% that have some level of checking, 6% are orange routed, and orange routed is a documentary check, and 2% are red routed. And in the context of the 2% that are red routed, there is a check of the physical goods. Now, what will happen, and what happens already, but will have to happen in the future, even to a greater degree, is that they get checked at approved premises. So the goods can be brought to the logistics company's warehouse, and the check takes place away from the physical border. You will have companies who will be approved customs operators, and so we will do checks away. And then, so I don't want people to come away from here saying everything will be all right. If it happens, there'll be big challenges. There'll be a lot of work involved in it. But that's what we'll have to deal with.
Okay. I'll move on to the other chapters, and I appreciate you answering those questions this morning, but given the significance of the resignation of Dominic Raab. One of the chapters the CNAG has examined this morning in depth is that of tobacco smuggling and the impact on the state's revenues. And of course, if a hard border does come, well then the smuggling game, tobacco, fuel, drink, is going to become even more lucrative. I remember being at an awards ceremony once, and the former Armagh football captain joking in his speech that any decent smuggler in South Armagh would have had a couple of tankers of laundered fuel on the road before breakfast. And I know it was the reality of this situation that saw our own party and Deputy Declan Brotnock bring forward a private member's bill, the Sale of Illicit Goods Bill, a few weeks ago in the Dáil. And during that debate on the night, the government contested the figures being quoted in terms of the revenue lost to the state, stating that it couldn't be quantified. So could you hazard a guess on the actual figure? I know you've talked about the 13% loss, but the CNAG has said that it's a significant risk to tax receipts. So I presume that you agree with that. And could you talk in terms of what you actually believe the loss to be to the state?
Well, tobacco is one of the areas that since about 2008 we've been publishing the estimate of what is the illicit cigarettes, and we talk this time of 13%. And we publish it. It's one of the areas that the controller would like us to publish more tax gap analysis of various different products. But because tobacco is a controlled product and it's a single line, we know what is legitimately produced every year. It all goes through the tax stamps. And we've been doing this series of surveys. Ipsos MRBI have carried out this survey for ourselves in the Office of Tobacco Control since 2008, and we publish the results every year. We also put a figure on it if the illicit cigarettes, the 13%, if everybody that buys them stopped buying them but instead bought licit, legal cigarettes, which is unlikely because they're surely spending some of that money. They wouldn't be able to afford to spend all that money, but that comes out of the figure of €229 million. And that's published every year. But it's really difficult to measure any illegal activity and the scale of it applies to drugs.
And would you do a reassessment in terms of the scale? Because again, reading the CNAG's report, like 4.3 billion cigarettes are consumed in this country every year. That in itself is staggering, 4.3 billion cigarettes every year. But I refer to the...
they're the legal ones.
They're the legal ones, yeah.
But
in terms of reassessing the scale of the illegal trade, because you had a major success in Jenkinstown and Louth in March of this year with the seizure of 23.5 million counterfeit cigarettes, and there was a value of 47.8 million on those with a loss to the exchequer of 37 million euros. So when you have major hauls like that, and that obviously was a lot of work, do you reassess what the actual loss is to the state?
I think the issue around...
what I'm asking is, was that a once-off, or is that the tip of the iceberg in terms of the one in Jenkinstown and Louth this year?
Well, the one in Jenkinstown was the first time that we discovered an illegal tobacco factory.
Mm-hmm.
We sent the committee a series of photographs because I think people don't realise what's involved in these operations, but we sent the series of photographs to the committee to show what the tobacco factory looked like. And it's a shed in a farmyard. I think they're coming up on the screen.
They're behind it as well.
And this is a mix of a very sophisticated operation, and on another level, it looks like something. And one of the reasons why, like, as you know, when I come here, I generally do all the talking from my team, but specifically wanted to bring Mick Gilligan here today because Mick has led the work in relation to criminal operations and would have led the operation on the tobacco factory and would lead our liaison in relation to the international bodies. And I thought that if the committee were interested, that Mick could outline some of the facts, having regard to the fact that there are court cases awaiting in relation to Jenkinstown. So if the committee would like to hear from Mick.
Thank you, Chairman. Deputy, thank you very much indeed. Yes. The first thing I would say, I suppose, in relation to the whole issue of illicit cigarette production and in cigarette smuggling is that I suppose the idea that Ireland is a discrete or isolated location within which the availability of smuggled or illicit tobacco is a result of local criminal activity is not the reality. International, I suppose, the smuggling of tobacco and the production of illicit tobacco is transnational. It's a very significant organised crime. And it involves, I suppose, a whole range of activities which come together in the sense that it's complex, it's organised, it's multi-layered, and it's undertaken by very professional criminal enterprises. And it is definitely linked directly or indirectly to other criminal activities. In this case, we have a situation whereby you had three international criminal organised crime gangs involved from Bulgaria, Lithuania and Ireland, who had come together to produce, put a factory in place, a full end-to-end professional factory in place in Jenkinstown. It was unusual in the sense that under normal circumstances in Europe, and the experience in Europe has been that you don't get a fully commercial end-to-end illicit factory in one place. It's normally sectioned off and kept in different locations, primarily because if law enforcement come across it, they're only losing one piece at a time. The volume of tobacco that was on site in here, which was 77 tonne, and the cigarettes which were produced and which were on site was in the region of 22, 23 million cigarettes, gives you an indication of the size of the operation that was undertaken here. Because not only do you have the production of a cigarette and it being distributed, all the precursors, as we call them, the tobacco, the paper, the filters, the glue, the filters, the cardboard, the cellophane, and all the aspects which have to come together to produce the final product have to be transported into this location. And in this location as well, you had a situation where you had 11 people who were on site 24 hours a day for the period of time which they were in here, which we believe was in periods of maybe up to 2 weeks, and they had the operation running 24/7. They had their shower facilities, they had their kitchen facilities, they had their accommodation facilities all on site in what, when you look at it, looks like to be a normal farm shed. But behind bales of hay, it was a very professional and commercial I suppose, factory. And in fact, some of the international cigarette manufacturers who came to the site to have a look at it were very surprised at how sophisticated the operation was.
Just again, congratulate you on that, because it is a significant one. Just moving quickly on to another seizure within the chapter on the case study by the CNAG on the ship, the MV Shingle, maybe appropriately named, in Drogheda Port, Louth again, and having travelled from Slovenia with 32 million illegal cigarettes on board. And I suppose what has been flagged is the fact that there are costs up until the end of August this year of approximately €410,000 incurred by revenue related to the fact of the continued holding of this vessel and the lay-up costs charged by Dublin Port Company. Can I ask you, Mr. Cody, what is the actual up-to-date position on the disposal of this ship and the costs incurred, which obviously are significant if it's running at nearly $500,000 at this stage?
Yeah, the costs are significant. Like we have a ship that is not legally seaworthy. It wasn't legally seaworthy when it managed to smuggle 30 million cigarettes into Drogheda Port as well, because again, the organised criminal gangs don't seem to have the same regard for health and safety as we have to have. So ultimately, when our powers allow us to seize conveyance, usually that involves you mentioned fuel. We'll seize fuel tanks, we'll seize lorries, we'll seize cars, we'll seize vehicles, and we seize ships. Usually we manage to dispose of everything we seize in a reasonably timely way. It's not a money-making operation, it's a disruption. It's to disrupt the criminal gangs that are involved in the operation. Unfortunately, when we seized the MV Shingle, there was a 3-year gap between, because it has to be retained for evidence and it has to be retained, and that's a fairly standard process in a lot of the stuff we seize, until court proceedings were finished. And
so is this going to have to be sent to the breaker's yard, and who's going to pick up the cost?
Obviously we're going to have to pick up the cost.
And is there an estimated cost for how much that's going to come in at?
The chances are it's going to be a number of 100,000s. It depends on. So
it's possibly going to cost in totality maybe close to €1 million in terms of the disruption of this
Possibly, yeah. But it was involved in the seizure of 13 million euros worth of cigarettes, and it would have been better if it hadn't significant asbestos. Well, I think that we wouldn't. I don't think it would be really good if there was an asbestos hulk sunk by mistake by somebody. But I think what's really important here is that the registered owners of this ship wanted it back, and there was a court action about it. And I'd be more worried if I was coming into the Public Accounts Committee that we had actually gave it back, and that it featured in a cigarette smuggling or drug smuggling operation here or in any other country. And then I think we would legitimately be asked, well, why did you? And this comes up, and I'm chatting to Mick about it, because when we seize containers, we seize tankers, we seize, like, some of the stuff that illicit fuel goes around in is actually not fit to be on the road. And we end up seizing it, and like you'd rather kind of say we'd be better off without it. But the criminal entities tend not to use high quality product that costs a lot of money, because the danger is they know if we come across it, we'll seize it.
On the broader issue itself, on this chapter, because it is obviously, as Mick has rightly said, an international backed scenario as seen by where this ship was registered. But you said in your opening statement that the tobacco taxation is a key policy instrument. When you look at the particular map on figure 17.1 of the cost of cigarettes across the continent, Spain a fiver, Turkey €3, Austria a fiver, Albania and Russia €2 for a pack, Ireland €12. So I suppose you have said that it is a key policy instrument, but I suppose the question is the high price actually fueling the illegal tobacco trade to such an extent in Ireland that we're losing the battle? And do you feel that you are fighting in a revenue scenario a losing battle, and, as you said, just trying to disrupt something, and how much is actually potentially slipping through that is not being detected?
I certainly have been here before talking about the rates of excise duty and VAT and the tax element of a packet of cigarettes, and there are very important health drivers. And every year, in the context of the budget, the Minister has to weigh both those issues, and every year the various NGOs, the Irish Heart Foundation, the Irish Cancer Society, will strongly recommend a significant increase in excise duty on cigarettes. I'm sure you all get the same. And the opposite side, and I know I said it here because the industry wrote to me, give out to me, because at the same, the various retail interests, tobacco manufacturers keep emphasising the challenge around smuggling. The standard increase over the last number of years has been about 50 cents per 20 in excise duty. It puts us at the highest end of the price. And the challenge there, and we publish in our tax ready reckoner, it's the only area that we actually build in an elasticity into it, and we give a range of it could lead to. But over the last number of years, the budget figures have been achieved, but they've been achieved in a very strange way, in that there has been huge fluctuations on releases of legitimate tobacco because of various health packaging arrangements. So this year we're well below the tobacco tax figures compared to forecast. But because Ireland is a relatively small market, the cigarettes are all manufactured now. None of them are manufactured in Ireland. It's not like it used to be. And to produce legitimate cigarettes in some of the factories for Ireland can be actually done in, a couple of weeks can do months, and the releases are happening. But over the 4 or 5 year balance, the tobacco tax receipts are coming in on target. So obviously it's a policy issue, it's a health issue, and there's a real balance to be made. I often wonder the few years that the duty wasn't increased, the tobacco companies increased their prices.
Finally, Mr. Cody, last question because I'm out of time. Just to touch quickly on the high wealth individuals. You made a comment that there had been much public commentary in the media around a reference in the Comptroller's report to the 83 high wealth individuals having taxable income of less than the average wage in 2015. You also made a note in your opening remarks in terms of how people can plan their wages and so forth. In the cases of these 83 high wealth individuals who had taxable income and less than the average wage, were there reasons behind that in terms of actually planning to be evasive in that respect?
In the paper that we sent last week to the committee, we set out an analysis of the 83 individuals that were...
I saw that in terms of them not having in their own right high enough income, but did you believe that there was motivation behind that? Or?
No, like one of the issues around the HWI case base is that in certain cases family members are brought in, and sometimes the family member, the only reason the family members are brought in is because essentially they are liable to capital acquisitions or capital gains tax. They don't have an income in their own right, but they may be a beneficiary of a gift, and so they're brought in. So 25 of the 83 were family members who actually didn't have an income, but they were in the case base because they're part of the family group. 21 were in the area of non-residents and non-domicile, so they're only subject to Irish income tax on Irish source income and or income remitted to Ireland. And they're in there because they have significant links to Ireland, but are not generating an income from Ireland, but they're in there. And then there was 22 HWIs in taxpayer-specific circumstances that had been significantly impacted by the downturn. As probably, if we hadn't a crash in 2009, 2010, that things would have continued. That wouldn't be a category that would have been significant. And some of those people now have ended up going through a bankruptcy process. They're no longer in the HWI section. Some of them will recover. And then there was 15 HWIs with significant reliefs, capital allowances or losses carried forward. We sent you in the material for the committee, we sent you a copy of our recent report on the high income individuals restriction, and what happens there is that there are reliefs which are restricted if your income is in excess of 400,000 and you have to pay at least 30% effective rate. But if your relief is restricted in 1 year, you can carry forward the unused relief. So there's a pent up. It's like the loss relief discussions that we've discussed around corporation tax. So people carry forward certain losses and reliefs, and that impacts on their income in the year in question. So the 83 have valid reasons, like probably in the kind of, in a way, and it's set out in the Controller's report, but again, it obviously becomes a much better headline in some way.
I want to move on now to the next week. The next speaker, Deputy Connolly, and I gave a few extra minutes for the slideshow about that factory up in Nout, which was, I hope people pick it up. So I allowed a little bit of extra time to the first speaker. So Deputy Cullinane.
I think we might all take some liberty today in asking some questions on Brexit, given where we're at. So I just have one or two questions for you, Mr. Cody, on that issue, which won't take any more than 5 minutes, and then move on to the CNAG's chapter that we are dealing with. The first question I have is, you've obviously read the, I'm assuming if you haven't read it, you've been briefed on the withdrawal agreement or the draft withdrawal agreement. And all of this obviously will matter post-2020 and the implementation period ending and something replacing it. And it seems, in terms of what's been agreed, that there will be an EU-UK single customs territory. And that will deal with the customs side of things, but there's deeper provisions for the North and for Ireland in terms of the single market. And what that seems to suggest is that we will have unrestricted movement of goods north and south to Britain and to the rest of Europe. But that doesn't apply to goods coming from Britain into the north or south, and it talks about the necessity for additional checks, but it says they'll be done in the least intrusive way possible. So in that scenario, what does that mean then for you and for the south? Obviously, it's a problem, I suppose. It will be an issue in the north, but it also will be an issue in the south. So when it says that these checks will have to happen, there'll be additional checks, especially if there's any variation in standards. And the rules of the single market will have to be protected, at least from the European Union's perspective. What is the responsibility on revenue? And have you examined what those increased checks will be, and what are the least intrusive options from your perspective?
Kind of deputy, kind of obviously, I was conscious I was coming here the day all this happened. So the detail, obviously, there's a lot of detail in the agreement, but there'll be a lot of detail to give effect to the agreement. There'll be, as is common in EU processes, there'll be a whole load of detail. But you're right, like kind of the customs union deals with certain parts of it, and the single market, like before the single market was introduced in '92, we had border controls between all the countries of the EU. It was the single market that allowed the free movement of goods. I remember it well because I was involved in a lot of the discussions at the time on VAT, so it's kind of bringing me back a bit to a previous part of my career. I talked earlier around the simplifications in relation to the single market and the customs process. So the question will be around regulatory alignment, and it may well not be customs processes and procedures depending on what the agreement is. We do the lead role for all the agencies that are involved in regulatory control. So our IT systems support, whether it's the Department of Agriculture or the HSE or wherever. So that infrastructure I talked about earlier will provide the basis for at least the management of the process.
Can I just put it to you what the European Commission is saying? And I accept what you're saying in your response, but they're saying in terms of these additional checks that there would be a need for some compliance checks with EU standards consistent with risk to protect consumers, economic traders and businesses in the single market. So they're talking about additional checks and saying that we can try and mitigate against them, but there will be additional compliance checks. So from your perspective, have you looked at what those additional compliance checks will be in practice?
It depends on what the non-alignment and how the regulatory alignment changes. So there may not be revenue-related checks.
Yeah, I have that, yeah.
But like kind of, there's a whole, I talk about the Union Customs Code and how the simplifications and how these checks, and they have all sorts of rules and regulations about how checks can actually be done through traders' records, market-based research process. And I think that this process, working out the detail, is going to take the full length of time before we're there to see what is involved in it. So we're not going to be finished talking about it, I think.
Okay, and my final question on Brexit, and might be a more difficult one to answer, but nonetheless it's the pertinent question that everybody will be asking. and you're in a good position, I think, to answer it. You mentioned that this is in the political sphere at the moment, so we don't know what's going to happen. We have a draft agreement, and obviously the majority of people would want that agreement implemented. In the event that it doesn't get implemented, and we have a hard crash, what are the immediate consequences for revenue in this state? In other words, that what we're hearing is that World Trade Organization rules will automatically apply in the event that there isn't any political arrangements in place or legal arrangements in place between Britain and the European Union. So in the event that here we have a deal on the table, let's just say there's no deal, World Trade Organization rules apply, nobody wants to be in that space, but if we get to that space, are there automatic responses that have to come into play, or is that something that would then evolve over time?
You're right.
Are there immediate, that's what I'm saying, are there immediate obligations? It's more so obligations. Are there immediate obligations on this state and revenue in the event that no deal or World Trade Organization rules apply?
I think, Deputy, if there is no deal, that obviously between the time it becomes clear that there's no deal and the no deal takes place, we'd have to look at the actual detail of what we could do.
But you've obviously looked at that now.
That's why I go back to what I said to Deputy Cassells. What we have done is we have tried to ensure that our IT infrastructure is in place to allow the free flow of goods to the greatest extent possible.
But the question I'm asking is a more technical one, because the World Trade Organization rules are rules that we've signed up to, the rules that obviously mean that there are certain obligations that that follow from that. So if they kick in, so if World Trade Organization rules kick in, what are the actual practical obligations, if there are any, that then are placed on the state and on revenue and customers on this side of the border in respect of that happening?
I think, Deputy, it's probably not helpful to speculate on what would have to happen right now. I think that there are policy implications. Revenue don't operate independently in its totality from government policy, and I actually do think it's better that we try not to get into a debate around the policy aspects, because the government will have to decide. I can't decide to impose.
But that's the response itself. Then that answers the question. No. What I'm saying is that there isn't any automatic legal procedural responses that have to kick in. It will be political responses that will. I think that will decide what happens or not. Is that?
I think that obviously the political decision will have to be played. I think one of the things that's really noticeable from the whole process is how the EU have put Ireland's interests first. I can't imagine that on the 29th of March that the EU are going to say to Ireland, right now that's completely unacceptable. Like I've listened to a lot of the discussion and debate on the media about how, like, ultimately when it would come to it, that Ireland would be left swinging. I think that what happened over the last couple of days has been hugely important for Ireland. I really hope that things follow through, but I think that the chairman talked at the very start about that officials wouldn't get involved in the policy area, and I think that I'm in probably the biggest policy area facing this country, and I don't think. I know I was at the Finance Committee last June talking about various aspects of Brexit. I have been quoted and name-checked by various members of Parliament in the UK. A friend of mine texted me and said, I was watching the Late about Brexit, and you're being name-checked. Being name-checked based on partial stuff I said, and I don't think it would be helpful Because I'm a sad individual, I find myself watching the Public Accounts Committee and the House of Commons, and I find I'm mentioned there as well. And the committee would like to have me over there to talk about all these things, and I think it would be better all round that we let the process take its course in the context of the Finance Committee. And I can understand perfectly every time I'm at anything, people want to know what will happen. But I think that we would all be better off to let the policy take its course, and I'd be willing to come back at any time to talk about it when we're in a better position to talk about it.
Okay.
We respect that.
You could take a leaf out of the Controller and Auditor General's book, who doesn't watch any of these because he doesn't have a television. So we could recommend that course of action.
I have an idea, though, that there's some of his colleagues say they were talking about that at the PAC in the House of Commons. Maybe we'll have a look at that.
Very good.
Okay, can I get to the reason why we're here today, which is the CNAG's report. Page 22 of that, and we're talking, this is in relation to high wealth individuals. It says, and I quote on page 222 of the report, information relating to assets is not required for income tax returns. This makes identifying high wealth individuals and assessing associated risks challenging for revenue bodies. And first of all, Mr. McCarthy, can you expand on that first as to what exactly that means, or what was meant by it?
Well, effectively, revenue doesn't require any taxpayer to provide a regular statement of assets.
Okay, but is that just a statement of fact, or were you saying that might be a problem or might be an issue?
No, it's a statement of fact.
Okay.
So, absent that level of information, they have to use other sources, perhaps.
But
now, I mean, there are obligations at certain points in time where declarations of assets have to be made, but they're not in the same way as income tax returns being made on a yearly basis.
Okay, and maybe if I can just come to Mr. Cody, would there be benefit in maybe looking at that in some regard? Because, and again, not to stray into the policy or the political sphere, but there has been a debate in recent times about whether or not we should have a wealth tax in this state. And one of the reasons why it's difficult to have that debate is because we can't get answers as to how much tax could be generated because we don't collect the data on wealth. So is it something that Revenue has looked at in terms of finding better ways in accumulating data and information on people's wealth, especially high wealth individuals?
We constantly look at data sources to see can we improve the richness of our data, and over the last number of years there would have been a lot of developments which help in that we get extensive third-party information. We get various reporting from financial institutions, significant purchases, obviously of property is because there's stamp duty implications, there's reporting requirements in the case of property. At inheritance, there's requirements around probate and inheritance, so we have a picture of assets on inheritance. I think the thing that's probably changing considerably in the last couple of years and will continue to change is the level of information in relation to international wealth and international exchange of information. The FATCA, the US financial reporting system, followed by the Common Reporting Standard of the OECD, means now that there's an exchange of information, financial information, held by financial institutions abroad between in the region of 120 different countries and tax administrations. So that adds to the process.
But let's just say the state was to take a decision that they would introduce a wealth tax on assets over a certain amount. Would Revenue be in a position to forecast at this point in time how much that tax would generate? Because that would be based on having knowledge, would it not, of what assets are out there? And
certainly, don't know, certainly Deputy Doherty probably asked that question in the last number of years, because I remember seeing some of those questions. It would be difficult to forecast with accuracy that we'd like, but what it really would depend is how the wealth tax was designed and what it involved. But the CSO and the central bank now produce a wealth survey which gives some basis for figures, and the ESRI, the Department of Finance, did a report on how would you model a wealth tax. So some of that, like on a macro basis, I think you could approximate a figure. But as regards statements of assets, like in certain circumstances, we can look for a statement of affairs in individual cases, but we have to have cause, we have to have reason. It's a bit like some of the discussion around the corporation tax losses. Like, if it would be helpful if revenue had a breakdown of certain figures, but there are requirements that we can only have a breakdown of certain figures if we have the law in place to require the reporting of certain figures, okay. And that's this type of area.
Thanks for that. Okay, also on page 222, sorry, it says that artificial capital losses are a prominent feature in many tax avoidance schemes. Again, Mr. McCarthy, I would imagine when you talk about artificial capital losses, you're talking about spurious losses which are not real. So can you give examples
for tax purposes? For tax purposes,
can you give examples of how that works, or in what areas that happens?
Well, I'm afraid I don't have any specific examples there. This is a kind of a general risk analysis piece in relation to if you like, setting up the chapter.
Could you, Mr. Cody, give us examples?
Kind of in our annual report, we set out some of the avoidance schemes that we've had to deal with, and like generally, like.
Can you give examples of successful cases that have been brought in respect of that area alone of artificial capital losses?
Yeah. Now,
tax avoidance?
I just want to say that in the context of the chapter, in the context of our HWIs, that a lot of the avoidance cases are not actually carried out by the HWIs dealt with, in that they tend to, some of them come in under that threshold.
Yeah.
But what would be a common feature in an artificial loss is that if somebody has a significant gain, they have a significant gain of, we'll say, 10 million, they would be liable to capital gains tax on that gain in the normal course at 33%. So what some people have done, and we've challenged it, and we're in front of the courts on some of them. We were in the Supreme Court as a result of a judicial review where we challenged, and that's why, I can't talk about individual cases, but our approach was judicially reviewed in the High Court, and we were successful then when it was appealed to the Supreme Court, and a lot of the detail was put on the court record. But what the individuals would do is that they have this gain, so what they have to try and do is create a loss to shelter the gain. And a series of financial transactions involving fairly sophisticated financial transactions would take place over a small number of days that would create a significant loss. You'd create another gain that wasn't taxable legally under particular provision, and you would shelter the real gain by the artificial loss. But the artificial loss and the artificial gain would cancel each other out, and the individual would end up with exactly the same amount of money, but try and get it tax-free.
Okay.
So we have challenged, and this is on matter of public record, we identified 28 cases, tax at risk was 110 million. We have been successful in the Supreme Court, but that was dealing with the judicial review. We are now, a number of the people involved are gone to the High Court to challenge the constitutionality of the section the general anti-avoidance provision. So those cases have still to go through the tax appeal process. Some of them have settled, though. 7 cases settled with a yield of 27 million. And this is what we do, and this is what the anti-avoidance teams do. But the thing that I know you've regularly, the chairman is very interested in the tax appeal process. We identify a tax avoidance scheme. It could be 10 years before that is brought to fruition. Just because we say it's avoidance, these people are very well resourced, very well advised, and quite happy to go through the court process, because the prolonging of the payment may well be enough of an advantage.
Okay. I have 2 more questions, and I appreciate your responses are lengthy because of the questions that are being put, but maybe this one is a bit more distinct. If I'm reading it right, Mr. McCarthy, you raise, maybe not a concern, but raise an issue about how high wealth individuals are classified in this state. So it starts at a figure of 50 million. Are you saying that that's what's outside the European norms? That the figure of 50 million is maybe too high?
Yes, we have a diagram in the chapter figure 18.3.
And what's the average? Is there an average in Europe?
Well, like an average is sort of, I think if you look at the diagram, you can see that Ireland is on the extreme right of it. It's the highest of any of the others.
And we don't want to be on the extreme right when it comes to high wealth individuals. So, Mr. Cody, can you explain why we are in that space?
I know when I come in here, everybody asks me to be quick, but we're dealing with complex issues.
Yeah.
I think it would be useful to go back a little bit on the history. We were one of the first administrations to have a high wealth individual large cases division. We were leaders there, and we've reviewed it in 2007, and we reviewed it in 2015, and we're now in a process of reviewing and realigning our structure. But I just want to emphasise the fact that you're dealt with in the HWI unit or not doesn't mean that the same rules and the same legal basis doesn't apply to you. I talked about the anti-avoidance process. The anti-avoidance teams in the HWI LCD take in the cases that engage in the avoidance process that we've identified to tackle that process. We have about 1,240 cases, taxpayers involved in avoidance schemes that we're challenging. The vast majority of those people are not HWIs at all, but they're being dealt with for the transaction by the anti-avoidance teams in LCD. I mentioned in my remarks about our revenue realignment process that we're going through at present. What we're trying to do is do a serious realignment of resources with risk, and that we've now divided LCD into LCD corporates and LCD HWI. But the other area is that we've set up this medium enterprise division which deals with the cases under the HWI threshold. And that deals with 15,000 individuals and their tax affairs. But what I've asked the 2 assistant secretaries that lead the HWI and the medium enterprise, that once we settle down a bit of our resources in this quarter, is that by the end of the first quarter of next year, is that they bring forward a proposal to the board on the threshold for the HWIs, and I am absolutely confident we will actually be reducing the threshold, because I want to put more resources into that area. But identifying those resources, freeing up the resources from what they're currently doing is a process, and we're going through our structural realignment, which is motivated by ourselves, and it involves a significant change in the structure of the organisation, and that's going to take time to bed in. But we're revisiting the threshold. We want to see what the implications of, for example, a 20 million threshold. What are the number of cases? But all those cases are now currently dealt with in our medium enterprise, and how we balance those two.
I have one last question, and it's to do with, it's page 237, so it's the tax collection side of it. And basically it breaks down then the tax paid by high wealth individuals, and 57 had a taxable income of 36,000 to 125,000, and 88 had a taxable income of less than 36,000. And then there was the 83 who had a taxable income of less than the average industrial wage. But interesting, in your own report, Mr. McCarthy, on the tax collection side, in some of the other areas you make a recommendation and then we have a response, but on the tax collection side there's no recommendation that I can see. Is that because you're just reporting as fact, this is how it is, but you don't see any difficulty with it, don't see any?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making any or drawing any conclusion that anybody is underpaying tax that they should be paying. So I didn't have a recommendation in that space.
And maybe if you could just expand on that, because obviously when people see that headline figure of people who have assets of that value but are paying taxes that seem to be so low, what is the reason for that? And can you maybe just unpick that or unpack it and explain that to us?
In my earlier comments to Deputy Cassells, I talked about the breakdown of those 83. 25 of the 83 are family members who don't have an income. So they're in our HWI because they may well be recipients of significant gifts, and they're liable to capital acquisitions tax on gifts. So as you can imagine, with HWIs, there's family groups. So what we would have is that the family group would be looked at together, but they may not have an income. There may
basically, in a nutshell, are some of these instances where people are asset rich and maybe income, I won't say poor, but certainly
they're not even income poor.
The income doesn't reflect
their income
the
is generated from capital.
Yeah.
So it's not subject to income tax. It could be subject to capital gains tax. Okay. But some of them may not have an income or a capital in a year.
Yeah.
Like you could get an inheritance. And that you could live off your inheritance. Neither of us could, but kind of for years. And so your taxable event might happen this year, and you may have no tax for the next few years. So 25 were family members that were in that position. 21 were in non-resident. There were non-residents or non-domiciled individuals. So mostly their tax liability or their tax position, maybe tax liability is the wrong word, but their tax position is not Ireland, their centre of tax. 15 of them had specific reliefs and claims under legislation, capital allowances and losses that applied to their gross income to reduce their net income, and they were legitimate schemes provided by the Oireachtas. And then there's 22 of them who had various circumstances. These are people who would have gone through the worst of the downturn, and they're no longer in our HWIs. Some of them may have ended up in bankruptcy or wherever. So that's why, like, kind of like when the controller is doing his reports with us, and we're over and back with our comments, and we probably all end up looking at it as this is tax stuff and stats and everything is fine, and then the 30th of September or wherever the report comes up, and journalists see a heading and you kind of say, oh Lord, we should have written more when we wrote back to the controller and Auditor General, because
or I should have written more.
You're watching too much House of Commons.
Absolutely. And like, kind of, because I think one of the really interesting things around the HWIs, and I said it in my opening remarks, we don't assume that any of them don't pay their right share. I think, in fact, in preparation for today, the amount of HWIs who are resident in Ireland who pay effective rates, when you include PRSI and USC, of 50%, is actually quite striking and reassuring.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Deputy O'Brien, had you indicated?
Yeah, next speaker. Thank you.
And Mr. Cody will be glad to know I'm not going to speak about Brexit. I do have a couple of questions though, and I'll just get straight to them. Just on the last point that you were making there, Mr. Cody, in relation to the 83 individuals, 15 of them had legitimate claims to a significant level of reliefs, primarily losses. Could you just give us an example of the types of reliefs that would enable somebody to pay less than the average industrial wage in their income. I'm not asking for any specifics on any individuals, but just the types of reliefs that would be availed of.
If you give me a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The list of the reliefs here, and there's 14 trading losses greater than 100,000. So you've carried forward trading losses, and that you can set that against your total income. Nearly half the number involved had trading losses in excess of 100,000 carried forward. So their income actually in the year would be in excess of 100,000, in excess of 120,000 or whatever, but they'd have the 100,000 to set against it. And then the rest of them, individuals had capital allowances, trading losses less than 100,000, employment incentive investment scheme, the EII, so they've invested in some small company and they can get the relief on that. But they're just basically. There's a lot less though. Like if we were back 10 years ago, we'd be, because a lot of the reliefs have been abolished. There was a lot of property-based reliefs which are now abolished. And then the issue of the high income earners restriction comes into play, and that brings back in last year I think 32 million in liability, in that some of the
So
reliefs.
we're talking about a small number of reliefs.
Yeah, because a lot of the reliefs, like the Irish tax system now has a lot less reliefs than it used. There was a whole scheme of property-based reliefs that were brought in throughout the early noughties, and during 10, 11 and 12 a lot of them were withdrawn.
And the majority would have been losses.
The majority are losses, are trading losses.
Okay.
And capital allowances, yeah, no, they kind of all
Yeah,
get
they'd
mixed
be the
together.
two big ones in the sample or in the cohort that we looked
Could you-
at for 2015.
Could you give me an example of a capital allowance? Because, like, when people think of capital allowances, they automatically think of companies and not individuals. So maybe you could just explain for me and anyone listening how an individual can claim a capital allowance as opposed to a company.
Most capital allowances end up being claimed in corporation tax, but there are certain, like capital allowances. I have a note which, if it might be better if I read it out instead of talking off the top of my head. Like capital allowances are a form of depreciation. That's essentially what they are for tax purposes. They may be deducted from an individual's case 1 or case 2 tax adjusted profit in calculating the taxable profits of a trade or profession. So it tends to be in, so somebody is, a profession would be a good example of somebody that might have capital allowances. There are two principal,
Rental income.
yeah, rental income goes. There are two principal forms of capital allowances claimed by taxpayers against their trade profits, and that's wear and tear allowances on the costs of acquiring plant and machinery, which would be mostly in corporation tax, and then some industrial buildings allowances, where somebody has essentially bought an industrial building and will be entitled to claim that amount over a period of depreciation. And then they can claim case 5, which is rental capital allowances on the cost incurred on furniture and fittings for their rental properties. And a lot of, and I think it's highlighted in the chapter, a lot of the people in the HWIs have significant rental, retail kind of stuff, so that have the fixtures and fittings of their rental properties to be able to claim capital allowances.
So it's not just an individual who is self-employed. It might be somebody who is a director of a company. Can they claim capital allowances?
Well, if they had their own rental, like a lot of HWIs would have a significant rental portfolio personally.
Personally.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. The next question is just in relation to the type of compliance interventions that you have. There's 4 of them, starting off with the aspect query, to the profile interview, to the audit, to the investigation. Do we have any figures, and don't want to put you on the spot, so if you don't have the information to hand, you might be able to provide it to the committee. Do we have any figures of how many aspect queries we would have in a typical year, how many profile interviews, audits, and then investigations? And I said, if you don't have the information
in the context specifically of HWIs,
yes,
or total, I don't have. I might have it by the end of the meeting, but generally in the context of, and I think increasingly in the context of HWIs, we probably look at profile interview type process that tend to be technical. They'll tend not to be investigations, because generally investigations, you have to have significant evidence of tax evasion, and it certainly is not a feature of HWIs. They may engage in tax planning and tax management, but tax evasion is not something that's in that sphere. Okay, I have those figures here. In 2017, 5 investigations, 17 audits, 13 profile interviews, 105 aspect queries were the target, but we closed 1,300 of them, where we'd look at some aspect of maybe their capital allowances. And then we would have carried out 1,158 appraisals. Appraisals are when we appraise the case, but we don't make contact with the taxpayer or their agent. So
1,158, is it?
1,158. I have those figures for 16, 17, 18. So far in 18. And this actually surprises me. We have 15 investigations, 17 audits, profile interviews 17, aspect queries 105, and appraisals 150. And we're doing a bit of a realigning of how we do some of our work in the area because of maximising the use of data analytics.
And in terms of the investigations, like, what was the figure for this year? 15, was it?
15, with a yield of just under 1.9 million.
Okay, and in terms of investigations, because I'm reading the note here on Annex 18D, and it says that an investigation takes place from an examination of the information available that serious tax or duty evasion may have occurred. And that you just said previously that generally high wealth individuals wouldn't be involved in tax evasion.
We'll find that these cases are avoidance cases that actually cross the line between that they've fallen down, and they'll tend to be the avoidance cases that are not the HWIs but are dealt with in our HWI unit. And like some of the legislation around avoidance, I know the qualifying avoidance disclosure features in the chapter as well, which was a legislative provision to allow settlements to be made for avoidance. Before the changes, we made some significant proposals to the department for changes in our anti-avoidance provisions, because some of the avoidance practices were so off the radar that certainly would fall foul of that move across the line. And I was here last year talking about some of the medical consultants project, and the controller did a chapter on the medical consultants, which ended up, I think something like 28 of those settlements have been published, which means that they're in that space of, and unfortunately what happens in certain cases is that some practitioner comes up with a scheme and then people sign up for it, and what we always say, if it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true. But people, and there's a whole load of litigation going on in that sphere, not involving ourselves. But people have signed up for schemes that are just not.
Has there been any criminal convictions for high wealth individuals?
No.
None. Okay. This is correspondence number 1706, which was given in the Tax Appeals Commission, and there was just two. It's the update on the 17 high-value appeals as of the 6th of November 2018. You gave us some information in relation to that. And there was two I just wanted to query.
I haven't seen this, Deputy, now, so.
You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen this correspondence.
Contact.
So, no, I know you're getting correspondence.
We got the 17 highest value appeals that's before the Appeals Commission, and they went through your office before they went to them, so you should know about the cases. There's three of them individually over 100 million each, so you have the schedule there.
It's the page that's on the screen. The two that I just wanted to query is the Customs and Excise one, which is the first one. It says that the appeal relates, and I know you can't comment on, you can't give any indication of who it may be, but the appeal relates to excise duty. It concerns the applicability of Irish legislative provisions in light of case law of the European Court of Justice and the European Court of Human Rights. Could you give us any background to that without identifying, obviously?
I know that ourselves and the Tax Appeal Commission will be exchanging information on some of the cases for submission to you, but I haven't seen the individual cases. I have been watching kind of with interest some of the exchange of information, and I'm very conscious again that there's taxpayer confidentiality, but I'm also very conscious that taxpayers have the right to have their appeals heard in camera. And the appeal commissioners publish their determination and try ensure, and they do ensure that details of taxpayers aren't not clear.
I mean, like, the question I was trying to get to is they're testing the constitutionality of a charging section in the excise law, and I was just wondering if we knew what.
I'll get back to you on that provision, but the testing of the constitutionality of charging provisions in excise law would not be unusual. It goes back to some of the processes that Mick would have talked about earlier. Like some of our excise provisions will have to do with, they'll have to do with mineral oil, they'll have to do with tobacco, they'll have to do with alcohol, and sometimes we're seeking to charge tax on people who have no wish to pay tax. And while
the next one is the more interesting one for me. It's under the tax type income tax, and the tax quantum per tax type is just in excess of 19 million. And the appeal relates to the taxation of certain monies found at the appellant's dwelling during the course of an audit, which the respondent contends relates to untaxed self-employment income. The appellant submits the monies represented accumulated savings which are not taxable. Now, me reading that, it sounds like some guy or some woman has tens of millions in cash in their attic, because that's how it reads to me, and the tax liability on it, including penalties or whatever it may be, is now 19 million. But to even get to a situation where the tax liability is 19 million, I mean, what type of money would you be keeping in your house to reach that tax liability? Because, I mean, it says it's certain monies. It doesn't say it's anything else. It says it's monies, so I'm presuming it's cash. And it was found in the appellant's dwelling.
Well, like kind of.
I don't even think the central bank would probably be that big.
The issue around, and my obligation around taxpayer confidentiality covers issues like this. Like, we don't talk about cases other than in groups of a minimum of 10.
Okay.
Because
I'll make it
people
easier
can,
for you, Mr. Cody.
people can identify.
No, and I don't want to put you in an awkward spot. Right, so I'll try and make it easier, but I'm only going on the information which was provided to the committee. I mean, to have a tax liability of in the region of 19 million, how much cash would have to be found in someone's home? I'm not asking about any individuals, I'm just wondering.
Well, like the thing is that if we talk about some of the figures that are in the report around effective rates, of an effective rate at 30%, you divide by 3 and multiply by 10 to get a tax figure. So look, it's. You're meant to stop me talking anymore about this particular case.
Okay, and the other question, and it's in relation to this, but it's not on any specific appeal, we'd say. When there is a hearing scheduled and then there's an expectation that the case will be determined before the end of the day, and it gives us dates there, how many of them actually go to court, or how many, do we have a percentage of how many would be settled, or would there be an arrangement come to in terms of how many would actually go the full way and a determination being made against somebody?
I think I talked about this the last time or the second last time I was here around the process. Generally what happens is, we'll take an audit as an example. So we're doing an audit of a taxpayer's records, and we will engage with the taxpayer and their agent, and if it becomes an issue, an interpretation of law, whether it's liable or not, it's either fully taxable or not taxable at all, those cases, it'll be a legal issue and it'll depend on the legal advice, and they're probably more likely to go through the court process because it's an interpretation of the law. Some of the other results of our audits will be, we'll identify what we would see as undeclared income, and then we would seek to assess the tax liability. If our evidence was so good, it may end up in a settlement process, and then there'd be tax, interest and penalties would be paid as part of the settlement process. But some of them go through appeal, and they go to various stages of the appeal process. Like some of our avoidance cases that I talk about, like they have gone through a process of judicial review to the High Court, to the Supreme Court, and then the appeal itself has to start. And that'll take Tax Appeal Commissioner, it'll then go to the High Court and potentially go to the Supreme Court again, and maybe go to the ECJ. So it depends. Most of our cases are settled. Most of our cases don't end up at appeal. We enter and we publish our figures every year. We collect in the region of £500 million in tax.
And once an appeal starts, do the penalties cease to accumulate at that point, or do they continue to accumulate throughout the appeal?
Penalties are fixed in a particular time. It's interest. Interest will accrue.
Okay.
And in some cases, and we talked about it the last time, in some cases the taxpayer pays the money on the basis to stop the interest clock.
Okay.
And if they win their case, we end up repaying the taxpayer. But the interest clock accrues, and I know that's probably that's one of the chairman's concerns around the delay can lead to an interest charge.
So the interest keeps going.
Interest is based on time.
Okay.
And it accrues.
Okay, I have two more brief questions, Chair, if I can. I want to talk about the medium enterprise division that's have to be established, and if you could just give us some information in relation to it. Like, is there any substantive differences between the LDC and the new medium enterprise division which has been established? I think that's looking at between 10 and 50 million, is it?
Yeah.
And do you use the same criteria in terms of identifying individuals, high wealth individuals who might have assets between 10 and 50 million? Is it the same type of process in identifying those individuals?
The medium enterprise division is different. Is similar but different in that the medium enterprise division covers both corporates and individuals.
Okay.
So it's dealing with businesses where they have a turnover in excess of 3 million, or businesses that have a turnover between 1 million and 3 million with over 100 employees, or businesses where the relevant contract tax is applicable to primarily construction, where the contract value is in excess of 3 million. Partners of accountancy and legal partnerships whose turnover is greater than 3 million. And proprietary directors associated with any of the above businesses are also included in this. So that brings in a lot of individuals. And then the medium enterprise division, particular high wealth individual unit, brings in people. There's about 622 individuals in addition to the proprietary directors of all those companies, where they have a total income in excess of 500,000 and an effective tax rate less than 30%, or their total consideration from capital transactions exceed 700,000, or where total capital losses exceed 500,000, or where they have multiple property transactions over a 3-year period exceeding €3 million. So what we're in a. I spoke before about.
You're in a process of structural change.
Yeah, it's a process that is. I won't say it started any time, because we're constantly looking at our structure. So back in 2015, one of the things we were worried about is the cases that were below the LCD threshold. And we weren't worried that we weren't controlling them, but we were worried that depending on what part of the country you were in, you might get, because of the resources in we'll say Kilkenny may be different than the resources in Galway. So what we were keen to have is a view of the national case base. So in 2015 we started a project on what we then called a second tier case base. And then we set up 7 second tier branches within the regional structure. And then what we've done then is that last November we looked at moving towards this 5 national structure process rather than the current region or the then regional structure. So we now have 5 national divisions that are not regional, but the staff are spread around.
And this new division
is part of that process.
And it has a staffing level of 380,
yeah,
I believe.
and what between
pretty well resourced.
Yeah, between LCD, corporate, HWI, and what was the second tier, we've tried to increase the resources from about 400 to about 700. And that is an ongoing process, and we have a lot of work to do. I must say that we did the change of the case base over the October bank holiday weekend. We're now engaged in a massive communication exercise with staff across the organisation. There is great level of cooperation from staff as one of the things that I can't get over, how revenue staff respond so positively and proactively into doing their job. Now that's not saying that each of the trade unions want to come in and talk to me about how it's happening, and certainty and change is a big challenge for people. But one of the things that we're also very keen to do is that we have a lot of really good people based around the country, and our case base is not based in the same places. So what we're trying to do is we have set up an LCD corporate branch in Galway. We always had a bit of LCD in Cork and Limerick, but what we've tried to do, I would hope that over the next couple of years, we now have a HWI team outside of Dublin, that I'd like to have at least a third of the resources for LCD corporate and HWI outside of Dublin.
And the medium enterprise division could actually be the first step in lowering the...
Well, it already has, like there's 15,000 of individual taxpayers dealt with in the medium
No,
enterprise.
but I mean, in terms of lowering the
Yeah,
definition of the high wealth individual
Yeah.
at 50 million, because you're now looking at...
And we'll have a realignment of the resources between and the cases between medium enterprise and HWI early next year.
And very briefly, the last question, and I know I'm out of time, so a brief answer will do. The CNAG's report identified the retail, how you put them into sectors, high wealth individuals, and actually the highest sector wasn't the retail estate sector, it was HWIs who hold their wealth through revenue-specific codes, and they're 35%. If you could just briefly tell me what that means. Are we talking about individuals who inherit wealth, or are children of billionaires or multi-millionaires?
This became one of the areas where our offices were in correspondence, because we used a revenue-specific code just for recording purposes, but they're actually broken down. We have it now down to 21.8%. So,
is there somewhere you can direct me to actually look at those codes, what those codes are?
what I'll do is we'll
We've listed them in the footnote to figure 18.4.
Yeah, I saw that with some
which
of
is,
them.
it's a
were,
listing, yeah.
Some of them, I think one of them was in relation to garden relief.
Yeah, house and gardens. I think that's in the body of the report.
Yeah. So it's those codes that we're talking about.
heritage reliefs. House and garden is not
Yeah, it's not
neither
somebody's
Seamus or
backyard.
myself's house and garden. It's a.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy.
And some of them, some of them would cover things like where they're only liable to a capital acquisitions tax process.
Right.
So we'd give them a code, just they're not in a trade, etc.
Yeah, okay. Deputy Connolly.
Míle mágad agus fáilte róg agus gur mágad as up na copy sílúg tá siad Harveh cowdach domsa agus tá siad léite agam. You're very welcome, and it's good to see gender representation. I applaud you. It's the first time, I think, perhaps, that I've seen... Not for here. Not for here, is that all right?
You've said that before.
Well, that's my
so-
second time, so
Yeah.
The former chairperson.
Yeah, that's right. We will again, presumably.
No time scale mentioned.
No, it's good to get all the documentation and read it. However, and certainly from the Controller and Auditor General's office, and the very clear chapters, they're very helpful. That doesn't mean it doesn't drive one to smoking and drinking, legally, of course, after reading all of this stuff. But at the core of all of this is the integrity of the tax system, isn't that right? And that people have trust in ye as revenue, that everybody is being taxed fairly. And so that's really what this is about. And so if we look at the high wealth individuals, and I know you touched on this and I had to run out, so I'm sorry if we're repeating, and tell me if I am, Chair, if it's been clarified. The high wealth, the threshold is extremely high. It's 50 million. So I know you started to talk about this, and you said you reviewed it at different dates in the past. And you've confirmed now you'll be reviewing it with the intent of bringing the threshold down. Now, when I heard that, I heard you're saying resources. Has that been the reason why you haven't reviewed this sooner? Okay.
No, and again, we've talked here a good few times about resources and how we deal with resources.
Yeah, just again, Mr. Cody, I'm going to just, because I'll be stopped, and I'm just, so to me as an ordinary person, a TD, and people listening when I talk to them afterwards, 50 million to assess somebody as a high net or high value person is extremely high. So when will you be reducing that threshold? What has led you in your decision to reduce it, and when will it be done?
Like the first thing I have to say, and I said this earlier, the threshold is purely the administrative arrangement we use. The same legislation applies to somebody who's 30 million wealth as 70 million. Well,
But presumably, if you're going to assess somebody's over the 50 million, different resources and a different approach. So,
and that's the process that we're doing. I said earlier that in the context of the Medium Enterprise Division and the HWI, that I've asked the heads of both divisions to bring forward proposals based on analysis. What are the figures by the end of the first quarter of next year? I want the Medium Enterprise and the new HWI division to bed down and to look at the overall case base to see, because I think the HWI division itself is now too small, that we've taken it out of the large corporates.
When will we see that decision being made?
I would like there'll be a proposal to the board by the end of the first quarter, and it'll be implemented like we implement all our decisions immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Have you any idea what the threshold will be reduced
Well,
to? What opinion would you have?
What we've started to do is to look at what would be the implications of the number of cases at 20 million.
At 20 million. What do you mean, what implications in terms
How many cases there are? How many taxpayers? What would be if there are 480 approximately cases in the current basis? And so does that become 830 or 850? It's not to say, because we have, if you're going to do a process around appraising the cases on an annual basis, you have to have the necessary capacity to do that. Now, what we're doing is that what we're trying to do is to use our analytics process to do the overall appraisal, and then the highly trained officer to look at the outliers out of that process. That's what we do.
And do you look at the return that you'll get in terms of tax?
Oh, that's the
major.
That's where we start. And I said it earlier. There's a significant amount of money paid by the current HWI case base, but also, the top 1% of income earners in Ireland have 10% of the income, and they pay 21% of the income tax. And the top 10% have 35% of the income. They pay 59% of income tax, total income tax, and they pay 58% of income tax in USC combined. And they're the cohort that are involved here. So they pay an awful lot of money.
They may well pay an awful lot of money, but the difficulty for somebody like me is putting it in context. And so the wealth is not assessed, it's the income tax. So while you might say that's a very high income tax level for a certain group, there's huge variation, isn't that right?
Yes.
There's huge variation. And then on top of that, there's wealth and assets that are not put into the income tax.
Well,
unless there's income from it.
Unless there's income from it. So you have capital gains tax.
I've seen all that. I've seen all that. And the
tax.
percentages are given. But if you're going to make a statement that a certain group of people pay high tax compared with the order, say the industrial wage, compared with a TD, it's not entirely, it's not giving the whole picture because the wealth is being left out of it.
But Deputy, I can only deal with
I understand where you. I can understand what you can deal with. But when you go further and say they're paying very high, then I have to put context on that.
No, all I'm saying is that I'm only saying factual, and the thing that we do, and we produce significant amounts of information, and over the last 3 years in particular, we publish significant amount of information to facilitate debate on tax paid. We don't make value judgments on high, low or anything, but we implement the law as it's provided to us. And your opening comments about the fairness and the perception is really important.
Okay. I'm going to come back to some just specific questions about mandatory disclosure and in a minute, depending on my time. But in relation to the chapter on corporate taxation, and in your opening speech you said that the Controller and Auditor General made no recommendations, which is correct, chapter 19. But he highlighted a number of issues which we picked up on, and the Chair did in particular, and I'm sure he's going to come back to it. And it was part, in fact, we made recommendations in one of our reports that you make a distinction between losses carried over and the non-use of capital allowances. Are you picking up on that recommendation? Or I know you've clarified you're not obliged to under the tax legislation, is that correct? But just for me to put it in plain English, companies can benefit from capital allowances that they haven't used, and they benefit from trading losses that are carried over. You don't distinguish as revenue between that. You're not able to give us the breakdown. You're not able to give us the breakdown about the year by year. So we made a recommendation, and I'm sure the Chair is coming back to that. Can you clarify what you think of that and what you're doing about that?
We would have talked about this. I was in a couple of times about corporation tax and losses, and we would have talked about it in the context of the current chapter. Essentially, the challenge is that an unused capital allowance contributes to the calculation of the loss. Yeah. There's not two computations made. Yes. So the figure ends up as a total figure at the carry forward
I understand
piece.
that. Yeah.
And it's not that we don't want to do it, it's that there's no basis for us to do it.
You see,
and if the Oireachtas determined that there had to be a separate calculation, then we would have to capture it. But we don't have a basis.
Okay.
And again, in relation to the age process, there is no rule to say you use oldest losses forward first. Yeah. There is a rule that you use your losses against the first profit that comes up.
No, I understand that.
So, no, it's important because I don't want to.
No, I understand. Listen to me.
I don't want to not implement your recommendations.
We give this a lot of time, and we've done a report under the guidance of the Chair. And I understand from where you're operating. But when I read it, you don't have a legislative base, and you don't have to do it. But would common sense indicate that you should look at this to tease out the information, so we've maximum information, rather than putting everything under losses? That you would split it up, what are actually the losses and what are the unused under the capital allowances. And then when we have that information, we get a better idea. It also leads to better ability to predict what might be lost or what tax is due in the future or lost.
But you see, it's not that we're not doing it. It's the figure becomes...
It's an all-encompassing figure.
An all-encompassing figure under legislation.
No, I understand.
So I have no basis to get it off anybody.
We've said that, but I'm asking you on a common sense basis. Am I being ridiculous in saying, look at this practically, so that we have...
What's preventing you doing it? You're not obliged to do it, but what's preventing you doing it? Could you do it without legislation?
No, you'd have to have a rule to say you use this. Like when you calculate the loss, how do you determine that loss was as a result of the capital allowance as opposed to anything else?
The companies give you that information because they're
in the calculation of the figure, you end up with a final figure. But you can't say at the end of it, the figure carried forward, that part of it is actually really a capital allowance, unless the only reason you had a loss was because you had capital allowances.
Yeah, we understand you have the legal basis to do it now. But it might be, maybe it's useful that there should be a legal basis, because I could envisage down the road, and sorry for butting it on this exact topic, that in terms of a sunset clause, potentially down the road, the Oireachtas could take a different view with relation to a sunset clause in relation to losses forward, that were trading losses forward versus capital investment, you know. And they might take a different view of a different period of a sunset clause if they were minded to do that, but they couldn't do it without the information.
And if the Oireachtas determined that they wanted to bring in a sunset clause or a clawback, or like they have for capital allowances on intellectual property, you can only use that against intellectual property income.
In other words, the Oireachtas would have to pass legislation on the blind with no basis for knowing what's going to happen when they pass it and to see what it throws up.
The Oireachtas would have to provide that the tax is calculated, that there is a different impact. It wouldn't be so much on the blind, because anything that will happen in that area, you could say that this is carried forward and usable, and that can only be carried forward for a certain period of time, and then the impact would happen. The problem, if you were going to do a sunset clause, is how would you determine what was the age of the current losses? Because there hasn't been a rule to determine that.
You'd have to introduce a rule.
You'd have to introduce a rule.
Based on previous losses first.
I'd like kind of, again, if a rule is introduced, every year we deal with new rules introduced, we adjust our IT systems to give effect to it.
You're saying our recommendation is more legislative, as required.
It's a policy area.
Okay, I take the point.
But just on that, it just seems to me, so if I look at paragraph 1918 of the Controller and Auditor General's report, so he refers to 8 companies, and although some of those companies are not generating trading losses, their level of capital allowances available against profit means they feature in the top 24 companies using loss relief. So they're actually not making a loss, but they're down as making a loss because of this approach. And then if we look at these conclusions, significant amounts of accumulated losses have built up since 2008. The current level of 231 billion represents possible future tax receipt reductions of 29 billion. So there's a lot of money at play here, and it also affects the forecasting, the ability to forecast losses. And it seemed to me it would make sense, but I'm no financial expert, but you're saying, one, it depends, the law has to be changed, but I'm getting the message from you that there's no need to change the law?
Deputy, in the context of the 24 cases, we actually we know what, in all those, I think the Controller there's a very good graph on the page before that around the 26 companies, the 163 companies, the 5,127 companies and the 48,000 companies. The 26 companies, the people in our large cases corporate division know exactly the profile of each of those cases. Okay. We know we have their accounts for every year. So back to the chairman's question, if the Oireachtas were determining something, we would have very detailed drill down information on all those cases, and the 26, the 163 and a significant proportion of the 5,000 companies, we would have detailed provisions. And some companies, you actually, and I know I was chatting to Keith around the time this report was to and froing, and we actually looked at, there are sectors where you can identify it is all capital allowances, because they're pharma or manufacturing. There's sectors you can identify
that loss-making businesses,
that they're all losses, because it's the financial services and the construction sector from the downturn. So we actually have, underneath all these, and I know the Controller has access to all those records as well. The two of us could probably name individuals, but we won't. So just to assure you on that
you have to break
absolutely.
Okay. In relation to tackling tobacco smuggling, and the figures are fascinating, really. There's a 7% detection rate. What's the biggest figure for me is the amount going back to the government. Is it 75%, 79% of each packet of cigarettes? Total excise and VAT now represents just over 79% of the retail price per pack in Ireland. So 79% of every packet of cigarette is going back to the government. There's a serious question there in relation to health issues and stuff for another day, if that much revenue is going back for every packet of cigarette consumed. But in relation to yourselves and your detection rate of 7%, how does that compare internationally, number one? Number two, in terms of scanning illegal products coming through, I understand up to now you couldn't distinguish. You might just clarify that in relation.
The detection rate is kind of, the 7% is a calculation in a particular year. I don't know. Can we say, one year the 7%. Like already this year we have 52 million cigarettes compared to the previous year. So it's like
The
much higher rate.
jumping
This
quite
year,
significantly
yeah,
because of the factory.
This year we could have a 15 or 20% in the impact of the factory. The reality of the factory is that a significant portion of those cigarettes were bound for the British market. You wouldn't release all that in Ireland because the system wouldn't be able to cope with it. So the market is very interlinked. Like we have figures seized because we're embedded in OLAF and international cooperation, and like in 2017 Poland seized 544 million cigarettes, where we seized 34 million. They have a population of about 10 times our own.
Okay.
The UK had seizures in 378, we had 41, they had 508, we had 53.
Okay.
I usually use a 10 divide. So we're proportionate, but it just jumps around.
Okay.
But the level of tobacco tax we get is kind of fairly static over the years, even allowing for the increase in excise duty, and that impacts on a significant reduction in people smoking. And so the health motivation is I think really important. But you're right about the 80% practically. Like as far as I can see, illicit trade in tobacco, it's like smuggling tax. Like it's really taxes that. Mostly when somebody is buying 20 cigarettes, they're buying a whole load of tax.
And 13% of the cigarettes consumed are illegal.
The survey, our survey, which is our best measure, is that the survey Ipsos RBI ran for ourselves and the Office of Tobacco Control, 13% was the figure for
and
last
again,
year.
the Controller and Auditor General's chapter raised, concern might be too strong a word, but he looked at the robustness of that, of relying on one survey per year.
Well, I think it was relying on one methodology, where there are a number of potential methodologies, but I think you've pointed out that there are other reference points taken as well.
Has that been dealt with already?
We tip in that there's the report talks about 5 different methodologies. Our major one is the survey, but we use...
What does that survey mean? What do you do? How would you do that survey? Without, like, do you walk the street, or do you, somebody make phone calls, or do you walk into shops?
Ipsos MRBI, there's a random selection of smokers, and they go and interview people for the survey.
And 13% own up to
the producer
survey?
No, the produced their cigarettes.
Pardon?
Cigarettes.
They produce their cigarettes. Ipsos MRBI then take the cigarettes and they give them to our people that are the experts in identifying what the source of it.
You give them a pack back to keep them happy?
We don't give them back. But
Before the end of this?
But so there's like one of the recommendations is that we publish a bit more. We publish the results of it, and so what we've undertaken to do is to give a bit more colour. And it's interesting, and like I read the recent report. And it's really interesting because one of the key cohorts of smokers in this country are people who've come in from Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
They have a higher rate of incidence of smoking, and they're also coming from a part of Europe which have much lower cigarette prices.
Isn't that the kernel of it? Besides most of the money going back to the government, that the prices elsewhere are much
Absolutely.
lower.
But it's really interesting because I mentioned it in my report. Lithuania have its price is €3 for 20, and they have their 41% smuggling problem because next door to them, like from Belarus, you can get cigarettes for like 120, and you can get illicit cigarettes for 20 cents.
Okay, I'm going to let you take up the details on the chair's time for Lithuania and the problems arising therefrom. But just going back, because I want to go on just finally to the net worth individuals again. But first, just in relation to the tobacco, I understand you had a standalone strategy in 2011, and presumably that was effective, was it? And you didn't follow that up? There hasn't been a standalone strategy since?
We produced what's called a standalone strategy following the previous report on tobacco.
In 09, yeah.
And the reality is, like I remember being involved in a group looking at that strategy, and actually the one mistake we made in that strategy is that we put a date on it, because the strategy is still exactly the same process around using technology. So we continue to implement the strategy.
Are you in the process of a national
national operation plan is lower
down?
It's not. It's implementing the strategy, and we're looking at how we deploy our resources, how we deploy our dog teams, how we deploy our scanner. We're getting a new scanner this year, a new, not one of the big mobile scanners, but a backscatter van, it's called, which will be supported by OLAF in the ports of the cost of about $750,000, and that will increase our scanning capability in the ports.
But that's what I was asking originally about, the scanning capability, and there was a pilot project, was there?
The pilot project is on about one of the issues that came out of the last report is the detection rate as a result of scanning, and the idea of looking at what other member states and other countries did. It was interesting. We went to talk to. Is the
pilot project over?
The pilot project is ongoing.
Okay, when will it be over? It's a pilot project, so presumably you're doing it to improve the service.
No, we're doing it. All it is involving recording the results of the individual scans to see can we get any information on it.
And so you'd be specifically be able to scan and say this amount of illegal cigarettes were confiscated as a result of this procedure.
Yeah, but like kind of one of the things when I talked about looking at what other countries did, when we went to talk to other countries, the one thing they wouldn't do is give us the results of their scan.
I see.
Because mostly the detection of illegal cigarettes or anything illegal is usually the result of a number of issues. Intelligence, scanning, the dog.
Yeah.
Rarely is it just the result of one particular aspect. And what one of the countries specifically said to us is that we would never publish that information because some of the issues around customs work talks about prevention. So the fear of being caught is part of the process.
Okay. Am I eating into your time, Chair? Okay. Just in relation to your next. Sorry, just yeah. Okay. Okay. Just the going back to the high wealth individuals and just the mandatory disclosure. It's Chapter 18. Yeah. And I think that was introduced in 2011, was it?
Finance Act 2010.
2010, and it came into operation in 11, did it? Okay, it came into effect in 2011. It's chapter, paragraph 1813, yeah. And then most disclosures were in 11 immediately following it, wasn't that right?
Yeah.
But the total disclosures to date is very low.
Yeah.
Is it? Will you just put some context on that for me? 11 mandated, 11, to date 11.
Covering 700...
In respect of 494 taxpayers.
clients.
Yeah. Seven of which were received in 2011.
The mandatory disclosure regime, the main motivation of having a mandatory disclosure regime is to stop people using schemes, because the key to avoidance is not that we don't know you're involved in an avoidance scheme. So one of the key motivators when we proposed introduction of a mandatory disclosure is to change behaviour.
Yeah.
So,
you want people to come forward?
Yeah. What we'd prefer, no, what we want people is not to engage in avoidance. Okay. And then if they do engage in avoidance, we'd like them to tell us. But if you're going to engage in avoidance, the last thing you want to do is tell us. Like, we're not the people you like to tell. Yeah. So this is a behavioural impact, and now the EU are bringing in a mandatory disclosure regime to deal with international practice, and we were one of only 3 countries who had a mandatory disclosure regime. So they would have talked to us about our system and how it worked.
You know, it's interesting. There's a mandatory disclosure. There have been 11 disclosures. Most of them were in 2011. And then the chapter says revenue has not to date identified any schemes through its tax avoidance work which it considers should have been disclosed. So are you telling us it's working very effectively from the analysis that you've done? Or, you know, put the low disclosure, mandatory disclosure in context for me.
The no disclosure, you see, there's specific types of schemes that have to be disclosed. So
would you expect more to come forward under that legislation? Are you happy with that level of disclosure, mandatory disclosure? How do I judge that?
We have no evidence that we have come across schemes that should have been disclosed that
weren't
weren't,
disclosed.
which is good.
Yes.
That's a good
Yeah.
assurance of,
Yeah.
of the process.
And so
but we continue, like one of the things...
So just Mr. Cody, sorry, that's good. But so we're dependent then on your analysis, or the revenues analysis of do you do spot checks, or what do you do?
Like what we do is we have our risk analysis system. So every tax return is processed.
Right.
And like last night, there would have been a hell of a lot of them processed because it was the deadline for pay and file. And so all those go into our REAP system, which analyses the returns. And then we have the anti-avoidance network, in which we are teams of people across the organisation who are looking at things like effective tax rates. You're looking at losses. You're looking at artificial losses. You're looking at schemes where people
So a whole range of criteria or schemes that you're looking at, and you feel reassured that this level of disclosure...
We feel reassured,
yeah.
but I would be very reluctant to say that there aren't schemes that should have been disclosed that weren't. I would never say that. I'd never come in here and say that, because. But what I would say is that, and part of our realignment process is to increase resources looking at areas of risk, and that's what we do.
Yeah.
And I think that, and in fairness to every year when we're in here and the chapters that we look at, we pay very close attention to all the chapters, and if there are things that we can learn from them, they influence what we do.
Okay, I'm conscious. Just the last comment, I think it was said earlier on that real estate is not a question, so I won't take any more time. But it is real estate is the biggest sector in relation to high worth individuals. To page 225, the real estate activities are 29%. The revenue-specific codes are 35%, but you said that's down to 21% now, and that's different.
That's different.
Different anyway. So the highest sector is real estate for high wealth individuals.
I think you'll find probably in any country, but in particularly.
You may find it in any country, but in this country,
people with money buy property.
and just in the context of a country where we can't provide homes, it's a shocking indictment. But I leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've just put some questions myself now to conclude, and I'll try to conclude and say if the bells ring, I'll just see through my questions with a view to try and finish it off. But if another member arrives, that's that. Okay, just the first question. Don't normally concentrate on this end of it, not being a smoker myself, but I look at the figures that you're telling me that based on the 2017 survey, the nominal loss to the Exchequer in 2017 was 229 million. There your figure. I'm reading from your opening statement, 229. And then you tell me, two paragraphs down, in relation to following up the matter, prosecutions have resulted in fines totalling €140,250. So that means it must be the most profitable business in Ireland, because it means, and I'll talk about the detection rates in a moment, but I've worked it out that for every euro a person has paid in a fine, on average that person had been involved in €1,632 worth of illicit tobacco. So I know of nowhere, that's like winning the lotto every morning. For the risk of being caught for €1, you can make €1,632. So I find that phenomenally a low figure relative to the amount of money, and you can see where I'm getting the figure. And somebody got 6 months, I'm sure with probation attached to it, or a reduction in time or whatever. Is there any, you can't make up deterrent, is it up to us? But there is zero deterrent, as far as I see, that you can sell €1,632 worth of illicit tobacco, and on average, if you're caught, if you're one of the ones caught, you pay €1 in fine relative to what you've actually sold. And one person out of that €229 million worth of business got a short prison sentence. I think that, I know about the price differential, the tax, how cheap they are in Europe, but that has something to do with the extent of smuggling as well. Would you have, it might be legislation, or is there any more powers you can do, or do you need more power? But that to me speaks volumes. I've never seen anything so profitable as smuggling cigarettes, when you look at the fines.
I suppose the tobacco offences, what we do is if we have an offence and we have a person, some of the big seizures we don't have a person, some of the big containers, but where we do catch someone for selling it or whatever, we'll put the case together and we'll process through the courts.
And who's the prosecution? Do you do the prosecution, or the state, chief state, the DPP? Who does the prosecution?
The DPP, but we would prepare the case for the DPP. The offences and the court penalties have been increased significantly over the last number of years. So a person convicted summarily of tobacco smuggling or for illegal sale of unstamped tobacco products can be fined €5,000 or imprisoned for a term not exceeding 12 months.
So what's the biggest fine, what's the biggest individual fine you've seen given out in the courts as a result of your prosecutions?
Cigarette smuggling, I have a...
Yeah.
You
can send on a note to the committee.
In 2016, we had 3 convictions on indictment, which resulted in 2 prison sentences and 1 suspended sentence. We had 30 summary convictions, which resulted in 6 suspended prison sentences and fines amounting to €57,500. In 17, we had 26 summary and 5 indictable convictions. Fines amounted to €54,000, 1 custodial and 9 suspended sentences. At the end of October, 12 summary convictions and 3 indictable convictions. Fines amounting to €30,000 and 4 suspended sentences and 1 custodial sentence.
So given that you said organised crime are involved in this, in terms of all the activity involving money for organised crime, your chances of getting jailed are probably the lowest level of any of the other activities, because as you said, you have serious criminals involved in this. Sure, they would laugh at those type of suspenders. Laugh out loud, they would.
I suppose the issue is, what we can do is we can bring people through the process, and then it's a matter for the courts. One of the things that's say happened this year is that the average fine for cigarette smuggling has risen from 474 in 2009 to 2,727 in 2018.
So one guy caught with a bit of green diesel in his tank gets a bigger fine than that in his tractor or in his car. There's a green diesel. The fine, you charge those guys 5,000 or 2,500, whatever the figure is. Just one fella, and that's wrong too. I'm not condoning it, but I'm just saying the proportionality of the fines relative to the gains here is extraordinary. That's all. You probably can't change that, but I'm finding when I look at the figures, it's extraordinary.
The reality is that a lot of the cases that are, summary prosecution, people bringing 10,000 cigarettes through the airport or whatever, they're brought summary prosecution.
They're not your real problems.
No, they're not your real problem, and ultimately the idea of the people involved, whether it's in the significant, like generally you're not going to catch the organisers in any of
But you're catching the guys that come in their white van from Lithuania and the other countries loaded to the gills.
and they go to court, and then the courts impose a penalty.
Somebody's not taking it very seriously. I'm not saying you, but it doesn't seem to, or maybe it's only money and there's no.
Well, like the reality is that like it's a matter for the courts to impose penalties. The penalties have been increased significantly by the Oireachtas over the last number of years. But like eventually we'll end up with a prosecution, and maybe it's somebody selling cigarettes, and there will be difficult circumstances generally, and the court will look at that differently. And in a way, it's part of the process. And Deputy Brannock's private member's bill, like, I hugely sympathise with the motivation. I'm not 100% certain that if we were prosecuting someone for buying 20
I think
cigarettes...
it made the point of there's effectively minimal deterrent, that's all I would call it, for being involved in this trade. You might get a couple of big people in that factory or not, I don't know. And then in relation to the customs, I'm always wondered about this. The drug seized, by your dogs at customs for drugs, at Portlaoise, mail centre is sent to Ireland. First question is, how do you dispose of those drugs and the tobacco and the cigarettes? Are they incinerated? What happened to them? Just tell me what happened at the end of the day. Not that we're trying to rob the train to wherever it's going now, or give anyone ideas. But what happens to those? What happens to drugs? Is there big...
I'll pass it to Mick.
Okay, Chairman. There's quite a procedure that happens, first of all, in the case that you've outlined there, where somebody's drugs are
Excuse me, I just want to tell members to vote all, and if people want to go, that's fine. I'll just finish out my... No, 2:30 for the private session, so I'll finish this out now. And, if I make the vote, well and good, but I want to see them meet now, Sharon. Okay?
In the scenario where you identify drugs are identified, at a postal hub or something, ourselves and Garda Síochána, the first thing we would do is try and maximise our efforts in relation to that by undertaking what we call a controlled delivery. The whole purpose of that is trying to get a body and prosecute, and having prosecuted, and the drugs are held as evidence, and after the prosecution there's an indication that the drugs can then be destroyed.
And how is that done?
It's normally done through incineration.
And somebody's licensed to do that in Ireland, or is it abroad?
Yes, that's right.
And the cigarettes go there as well?
The cigarettes are destroyed as well, yeah.
So it makes good electricity somewhere. I don't know, but anyway, I don't want to, so they are incinerated, that's the end of it. And are the cigarettes taken off of that ship in the port? Are they incinerated, or are they still being...
Ship?
No, they were taken off. They were taken off immediately.
Yeah, and they're being held in evidence or whatever, until such time as whatever. Okay, fine. And it goes without saying, it's been well reported that the nicotine and tar content in the cigarettes coming in, the illicit ones, is much higher and a greater health hazard to the 13% who are using them. Do you pass these on to Department of the HSE so they can at least do some promotion? Because you said very high number of the people from Eastern Europe here are very high smokers. We'll be paying for the bills in the hospitals at the end of the day as a result of the smoking, because the warnings are very clear. Do you have the HSE, is there any linkage between you and the HSE in relation to this issue for them to follow up?
We work very closely with the Office of Tobacco Control, but I mentioned in my opening remarks that the new track and trace system for the legitimate trade across Europe, the Department of Health and ourselves are engaged in the introduction of that, and we're the competent authority to oversee that. But since we're the high tax country, it's not particularly a risk of a diversion of legitimate trade here. But we engage with the Department of Health and the Office of Tobacco Control and the HSE on working together on aspects of this. But ultimately, they're all bad for you.
Yeah. Okay. So, and it moves on to them. I just want to move on then to the document you gave us, the analysis of high-income individuals restrictions 2016, which you sent on to us, right? And I just want to really kind of summarise it. Essentially, and tell me, do I get it right, that if people have an income over 400,000, there is a restriction in relation to the reliefs they can claim, such that they will have an actual effective rate of at least 30%. I think that's it in simple English for people. And for those between 125,000 and 400,000, there's a kind of graduated level, bringing them up to the 30% at the 400,000. Is that right? Okay, so I'm saying that so people who might be watching understand what we're talking about. Okay, so and you've given the figures there very well, that those people who are on table 2A on income up to on annex 2 table 1A, those with an income of over €400,000, and this measure resulted in additional income tax as a result of the restriction of 26 million extra being collected. And then I turned the page, that the cases where the adjusted income was below the 400,000, probably the graduated group of people up to that figure, resulted in additional 13 million. So that measure brought in an extra 39 million across the 521 people in 2016, based on those figures. Fine. Now, and I've looked at the schedule of the different reliefs that can be claimed in respect to that. That schedule is connected with that, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Just so I understand it as well. And by far, by the number of cases in the chart you gave us was 665 people, with amount of relief used in 2016 by those affected by the restriction, 149 million. Okay? But by far, the lion's share, the biggest issue of that is the carry forward of excess relief. 346 people availed of that for a figure of 98 million euros, by far the biggest element of it, which is an average of 283,000 per individual. We're all okay so far on that. Now, my question is, that I want to tease out that carry forward excess. Is this in relation to this restriction, the individual's high income restriction? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
So am I right now in saying, I'm just trying to get the picture in this, because I thought that was it, but you're saying to me, if a person has a restriction this year and they use the restriction because they have an income of $500,000 and they pay extra tax because of the restriction, they can carry that extra tax that they paid forward.
They can carry the relief.
Yes,
forward,
the relief,
yeah.
not the tax. Yeah, the relief forward. So if they claimed, if the amount of the relief claimed, that was 98 million, right? So 30% tax, whatever the figure is. So what I'm coming at is that figure then, that relief, if they can carry that forward to the following year when they may have had a lower income to reduce their tax bill.
Or where they had lower other reliefs. That if they had no reliefs in the following year, they'd be able to use this.
So essentially, I thought that this was a mechanism where these people with high income, if they had high income in a year, paid more tax. But really, it's not. They might pay it now, but they can effectively get the value. It's only a deferral, so it's only a cash flow issue. Like, I think everyone. You understand, but I think most people's general understanding was that this ensured that people with an income of over 400,000 paid a minimum effective rate of 30%. That's only half the sentence. The other half of the sentence is, but by the way, the relief that you utilised, that was utilised in this year, if you have reduced income next year or less other reliefs, you can carry it forward to reduce your tax bill next year. So it's really only a deferral. It's only a cash flow. At the end of the day, the Exchequer hasn't got an extra bob out of this. The taxpayer, if you look at the long term, on the basis people's income may not always be over the 400,000. I'm just saying, I think to be a lot of public disappointment to realise that whoever gave the Oireachtas gave the ability for that relief to be carried forward to reduce it in future years. We kind of, I'm blaming myself as a member of the Oireachtas, we codded the people on that one, because I think they got the impression, you're over 400,000, you pay tax. But by the way, given that you were caught for that extra tax that year, you can carry forward your reliefs to reduce your bill next year. I think it's not what the public understood it to be, and that's not that we drafted the law. I'm getting it right, haven't I?
No, yeah. Ultimately, any of these restrictions on relief in a particular year, and if they stay over the threshold, they'll continue to have an effective...
It's a bit like the losses forward again.
Here we go again.
You don't lose the relief. You maintain the relief, but you just don't get the value of it in the year that it arises. So some of them carried forward for a number of years, but they stay at that. If their income stays above the threshold,
Fine,
they stay at that 30%. But
And do you,
I suppose
are you
we've been
capturing
publishing
information on the amount that's carried forward cumulatively and from which year it's been carried forward?
Well, we publish this report every year. So this report, this is the latest report.
Are you able to do a summary for us year by year, you know, and send it on to us? You're producing this report for the last few years, just on that figure. Of course you can.
Well,
You can
absolutely.
compile it and send it into
I could send you
I
the
don't mean
link.
that.
I could just send you the link to where all the reports
No,
are.
I'm asking you to do the Be very clear, I am asking you to put the schedule together, right? They're your figures, so you'll be better able to do it than we would, okay? You get the point.
We'll
But
do that.
I reiterate the point. I think the public will be disappointed that those wealthy income earners effectively get a claw back down the road if they don't have that high income. And I just want to put that on the record more than anything, because we're here to scrutinise the tax receipts as well as the expenditure. Just want to highlight then, going through your schedule, and the most popular, the schedule you gave us in the
report.
in that report. It's in your report. Just by way of public information, because it's all well and good us publishing it, but in relation to the reliefs claim, by far and away is the biggest one, the 98 million for the reliefs carried forward that we've now discussed. The other big reliefs, so people will be aware of, that are being utilised are 27 people claimed the relief in respect of hotel and holiday camps and cottages, writing down of allowances of 7.6 million, an average of €280,000 relief per person. Then we come down to the urban renewal scheme, capital allowances for commercial buildings. 14 people had reliefs of 1.6 million, an average of 115,000 per individual. Section 344, multi-storey car park allowances, and this is a very lucrative one for some people, and less than 10 people had reliefs in respect of this of 3.6 million. If there were 10 of them, it was 360,000 apiece. If there was 5 of them, it would have been double. We don't know the figure, but so it's at least 360,000 per individual, that particular relief forward. Then the section 372 as qualifying urban relief and capital allowance for certain commercial buildings. 15 people had reliefs of 2.1.5 million, an average of 143,000. I'm only listing the ones over 100,000 because people often hear about relief, so I want to put it on the record what we're talking about. Then there's section 372 relief for lessors of residential properties, a section 23 type relief. 54 people claimed that at 11.5 million total of reliefs, an average of 214,000 relief per individual. Section 338 is relief arising in respect of terminal losses of a business, totaling 7.1 million, an average of 160,000 relief per individual. And I've mentioned the big one already, the losses forward. 346 people claimed relief for losses, release forward of 98 million, an average of 283. You know, and all of those, not just the first one I made, all of those are carried forward year in, year out. That if a person claims a relief, or is it just that big one to carry forward, excess relief? All the others can be carried forward as losses forward.
If
their income drops in subsequent years.
If some of those may contribute, if there's some of them left next year, they may become part of next year's excess relief.
Yeah.
In the individuals or in the actual year. Okay. But I suppose the thing to say is that all those reliefs are brought in as part of a tax policy
it's a good incentive.
To incentivise.
All of those urban renewal schemes and the car parks and the hospitals, they mightn't have happened without these reliefs.
And the people who are in a position to invest in those are generally people with income.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of a
yeah, I know.
Policy.
It's a policy issue to encourage
a particular
deemed it as necessary
scheme.
at the time. I understand that. The other thing now I want to talk to you about is your prediction in relation to the corporation tax receipts for this year. Last year. Well, we talk about this year. The letter you've given us dated the 24th of October specifically on this issue. And I know you say it's up to the Department of Finance, but you have a big input into the information the Department of Finance has. And, excuse me, I think I asked the question, or maybe, yeah, we asked for a note, because I was aware that when, during the summer, I came out this issue about corporation tax receipts were surging ahead, and it was mentioned due to a change in accounting rules, and I took the view those type of rules were predictable, you know, they didn't just happen overnight. And you give in your correspondence here that there was a significant change for the telecommunications and software section where long-term contracts are complex and arrangements are prevalent, I suppose, in relation to when they record their income. And you took the view, you have a transition period to record it, but a number of them seem to just put it all in year one. You couldn't predict that. Okay, and that's why you're saying that led to the 350 million of extra receipts.
And if we go back to what we do, like obviously in our contribution to the forecast, the department have their figure for the growth rate and all that, and then we do our survey of our large companies, and then they feed us information in October about next year. But at the time, they hadn't identified what they were going to do. The particular
and would they tell you in advance? Would you have an indication from your surveys? From
the survey we try and get, but
it's voluntary, the surveys.
Oh, it's voluntary, but there's great cooperation. But the reality is that you can see it yourself when a company is doing its quarterly or 6 monthly report and they miss their own targets, forecast targets. So it's with the volatility of corporation tax receipts, with the small number of companies that have such an influence on, and we've discussed this at length, if a company can be significantly out and the impact that can have if it's one of the big companies.
Yeah, and it's their call to bring forward some of this all in year one, get it behind them and move on and pay the tax and move on. So I will say, just for people watching who've been interested in this area, this item of correspondence, PAC 32 1105 will make interesting reading for those who've been interested in this area, because people got mystified about how this extra amount of money appeared. But then I move on. It's reference number 1683. It's the PAC, that was your reference number. So the PAC reference number 32 or 1683 for anybody who wants to see it in the file. But then you move on, and then you say towards the end of the year that was 350, but you're now expecting a figure of 1.5 billion excess compared to the original budget predictions. And you're saying that the revenues 1.1 billion. So, yeah, sorry, I meant to say 1.1. And you're saying that revenues assessment is that of the 1.1 billion expected surplus this year, between 700 and 800 million of this increase may be due to one-off issues in 2018. Of this, 350 million is from the IRF, the Accounting Standards Rule 15 change that we spoke about. But then it means there's another 450 unexplained in your letter. So how did the other 450 come about? You've gone some way to explaining the 350 million, why that happened. What's the make-up of the other 450 million?
The remainder relates largely to higher sales level for some companies that they don't expect to repeat next year.
Okay.
So, we would have highlighted to the department about the 350 million back in June, and in the context of the October figures, and I remember when Keith would have told me, and we would have reported based on the indications from our interaction with the large companies, and then it became part of the budget arithmetic, and I was very conscious of the fact we had given a figure of 1.1 billion. And I was wondering, it wasn't, and a lot of the commentary is that we had found 1.1 billion. We actually hadn't, all that at the time we wrote this letter. So the a small number of companies paid a significant amount more than they expected themselves at October last year.
Right.
But their indication is that they do not expect that to happen to the same extent next year.
Right. So you're saying that you expect the corporation tax receipts in 2018 to be 9.6 billion, that's in your letter, and you say, but next year you're expecting it to be approximately 9.5 billion, a fraction less, close enough. So what figure did the Minister announce on Budget Day as corporation?
Those figures.
The 9.5?
Yeah, those figures.
So he's had that since
and
the beginning of October.
That's like and that's what he was saying about he was going to take a prudent approach.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to take the 9.6 and add on to the 5%.
Even though there is growth in the economy and you said the Department of Finance have a model.
We're taking out the 700 to 800 back out of the 9.5 and add the percentage and you get back to the same figure.
Okay, grand. I got you, right? I hope that everyone watching this gets this. But leads to the question. Last night, as you said, was your pay and file date. Have you any idea what landed in your bank account last night, or would you know that yet? What were you expecting?
Well, last night...
It had been the 14th of... Well, for
by the 14th, by midnight on the 14th of November, we had the highest number of pay and file returns under Ross. For the first time, we had over 505.
Okay, I'll give you an opportunity to say that now. Yeah.
We have 505,000.
500?
505,000 returns filed under Ross by midnight last night.
Right. And what was last year's figures?
Well, that's the first time it's gone over 500,000.
So you're well over 500,000 then?
505.
505. Oh, sorry.
No, that's returns filed
prior to last night.
Prior to midnight last night.
Yeah. And have you any idea what came in with? Just pay and file. You don't have that yet.
We wouldn't have that yet.
Just yet. But
that figure has to go through a process.
Yeah.
But it'll appear in the November Exchequer returns.
That's good. Okay, so that's the predictions issue. Revenue letter corporation tax. I have a few points here. Just tell us, have you got all the Apple money in the escrow account yet? Is it in there? Tell us what's in it. And
we're not responsible
is
for
it finance or
but the Minister has confirmed and the Department has confirmed that all the money is in escrow now.
It's all collected at this stage.
It's in escrow. Yeah.
Right. Just a couple of other small items then. The role of, I think I saw an article, the role of the Criminal Justice Bureau in terms of collecting tax. If they take over an individual, are they responsible for collecting the tax then? Do you step out of those cases once Criminal Justice Bureau go in? What's the protocol? Or do they collect much tax, or where does their tax that they collect go? Does it go into your revenue account or into their account?
The Criminal Justice Bureau is made up of members of the Guards, ourselves, and Department of Social Protection. We have 17 officials seconded to the Criminal Assets Bureau, and they act as inspectors of taxes and officers of customs and excise for tax-related work for Criminal Assets Bureau, raise assessments and handle appeals for criminal assets cases. So that's part of the success of the Criminal Assets Bureau is multi-agency, but they actually become members of CAB while they're assigned to CAB, and they use the full powers involved in the Taxes Acts.
Right. And where is the money lodged? Is it a CAB account or a revenue account? I know it obviously works. James, you know.
CAB raised the
CAB money, the income tax they collect. And when does it get transferred? Where does it get transferred to that?
Goes into a CAB account.
I'd have to look back.
You'll come back to that. Somebody knows.
Mick will know.
Yeah.
My understanding of the position is basically both on the customs and on the tax side. These are revenue officials working, using all the revenue powers under the shell or the coat of CAB and the CAB officers as well. So when they raise the assessments, they also undertake all the collection. It goes initially into a CAB account and then moves into a revenue account.
And so it ultimately is transferred to revenue then?
Yeah.
Of course it is, yeah.
There would be long delays, though, I think, particularly in seizures with CAB. So there can be many years, like 6-7 years for some
for some of the cases
of the things to be passed on.
I hope they're collecting the interest as well.
Nobody's paying interest at this stage. I mean, once they have the money in their hands, they're probably not gaining much interest.
And finally, just a completely different question. the exchange of information between yourselves and social protection. I might have asked you this before. People who have a lot of depositor interest retention tax, we often hear of constituents, social welfare has been on, the revenue has notified them that they had X amount of, what's the protocol, the procedure? Are there many such notifications, or just what's the...
I don't know how many such notifications there are, but we have a very well developed exchange of information regime both ways between the Department of Social Protection and ourselves, all bound in law, all subject to GDPR, and it's working, and we work closely together.
And it also includes bank accounts in other jurisdictions. We've often heard of people with bank accounts in England being caught under this way and claiming.
Like once we have information that is of use to the department in relation to specific, it's not a fishing kind of a trawl. Like in some cases, our customer base runs. There's a lot of people that are customers of both organisations, but then there are a clear category that are customers of us and customers of them only. And those that are of them only, in receipt of means-tested process, if they appear on our side, it may be of interest to them.
So the IT system has a way of matching those things. If they see somebody cropping up on a depositor interest retention tax return and in receipt of a means-tested payment, they'll get the letter.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. That's
and social protection would be very reliant on commencement of employment information, which is another one that...
And just finally, then, just to inform the public as much as anything, the PAYE modernisation that's happening on the 1st of January, now that you're here, just tell the public what's happening, just by way of public information, just to summarise it in a nutshell.
From the 1st of January 2019, we're going to an integrated payroll reporting system in which employers will provide pay and tax details to us as they do their salary run, their wages run, and that will be integrated into our system. So what it will do is it will lead to the abolition of all the P forms, the P45, the P60, the P30, the P35. 2018 P35 will be the last that will be due in February. And what we will then do is we will populate individual taxpayers, employees, tax and credit data on an ongoing basis to ensure that employees get the right reliefs and credits as they are paid.
Okay.
And we will be in a position when it comes to January 2020, when we have the first full year, that we will be able to carry out automatic reviews. Like most people under PAYE, they have one salary, everything should work reasonably fine, but a lot of people have multiple wages. Some employers haven't been operating the proper tax credit system, but we'll be able to integrate it and adjust it throughout the year. So it's a massive change. We've been involved in significant engagement with employer groups all over the country, and it's going to be the most significant change in the tax administration system since the introduction of self-assessment, and in some ways bigger than that, because it will affect 2.7 million people.
Right. And just explain then to people who use a P60, again for a means-tested social welfare payment, a medical card application asks you to supply your income details if you're applying for a third-level grant. So how do people, they don't have the traditional piece of paper from next year on, so what are they going to do dealing with others?
In our system, they'll have access to their record in our system, which will give them the up-to-date pay and tax details during the year and also at the year end, which they'll be able to print off. They'll be able to get from us if they don't have the facility to print off. But one of the things we're really interested in doing is to allow other bodies, that you could give the other body a once-off access to your record. And so streamline all that process with local authorities, with SUSI, or else...
once-off?
That the other body will be able to go online, and check my pay and tax details by me giving them a token, a number that they could look up, an authorisation, but it would be a once-off. They couldn't keep looking up.
Oh yeah, for each event.
For each, so if you were
if the Susie grant comes up next year, they have to come back again to get a once-off authorisation next year. It doesn't hold forever.
Well, with Susie, we actually do an exchange. We'll be able to
Let's just talk that through, because we often talk that it's a broader issue, but the practical working out of your change of your system. People often talked about a commons means test across government. But this actually may, in the long term, facilitate all that.
This will provide a platform for other agencies to do things differently, and it'll also give real-time information. Part of the problem with means testing is that it's historical information. It's often income from 2 years ago. But like, one of the things that we're really interested in exploring is the idea that if you were going for a mortgage approval, you would be able to give the bank there and then access to the up-to-date data.
Halfway through the year.
Halfway through the year.
And the individual will be able to get that themselves.
The individual will be able to get that themselves.
So everybody will have their own PIN number to log in.
From probably the end of May, the individual employee will be able to, because obviously we have to have the IT systems, and the key right now is to have the employer facing. But we are aiming for May to have the facility whereby every employee will be able to see what's reported to us in respect of their pay and tax.
And to make sure it's gone in then, if the
well, they won't be able to check whether the employer has paid.
No, not gone in, but they'll see it's recorded anyway.
But it's a really important, and like there's been every so often we end up with companies go into liquidation and they end up owing POE and PRSI on behalf of their employees, and their employees have no idea that it wasn't paid. At least it will be reported, and we'll know how much is involved, and we'll be able to move quickly. So it has, I think it has significant positive benefits for employees. It will have significant benefits for the compliant employer, because you won't have to do, like at present, have to do a P35 for us. It's only for us. And it will have significant benefits for us, in that we'll be able to review everybody's tax at the start of the year without them doing anything. And I imagine that we'll probably be back talking about POI modernisation in a couple of years.
I presume the small employer who may have one employee, that's probably, or two employees, that's the person who's probably awkward for that small employer
what we've done is we've engaged with all the software providers, and it's interesting, a number of the software providers are providing free software for one or two employees, because on the basis if you get them in at the start, and then, but for those that don't use a payroll software, we're providing a facility in Ross, the Revenue Online Service, to enter a simplified procedure for people who haven't the process. But certainly, I was talking to somebody, because we've been doing these seminars all around the country, and somebody was talking to one of our crew, and they'd actually got the software because of this, and they couldn't get over why they hadn't got it years ago, because it was much cheaper, and it actually did their wages.
Did their wages for them.
And I suppose one of the concerns that, like, a lot of people, well, certain people talk about, that, oh, you're going to have to do all these wages, and you're going to have to do all these reporting to us. Under employment law, you're meant to do all those things anyway.
People are entitled to pay slip.
People are entitled to a pay slip, and this will provide a facility, and it'll take all the paper out of the system.
Okay, I think just one final comment to the CNAG. A couple of members asked me to say this. When your report came out at the end of September, the chapter about the high worth people, the number of high worth individuals paying less income tax than many of the people on the average industrial, kind of created an impression out there. I think I would probably got the same impression. I think I had to phone you on it that day as well, and it did create an impression that there's a lot of wealthy people in Ireland. It transpired very quickly. Some of them might be in Ireland at all. They might just have a property in Ireland. I'm just saying, some of my members are saying, a lot of us kind of probably didn't read the detail of it. So that's probably the first thing I have to say of your chapter. But they probably looked at what looked like the headline, and a lot of us, probably myself included, I think I got it right by 6 o'clock. I might have got it wrong. You're not going to produce a transcript of something I said now, but I think I was actually on the 6-1 News trying to explain it to the news reporter as best I could, and it was a bit technical.
Yeah, because we had discussed
but you might just give a
then.
comment. You just give a comment. I know if we'd read the detail, there's no issue, but on the day people react quickly, and they probably didn't get the detail before a lot of the people jumped the gun, and a lot of articles were left.
Okay, well, I suppose
it's nothing about the accuracy of the report now.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously there is a lot of detail, and particularly in the revenue side, they are very complex chapters and so on. They do need, I think, a careful reading. We'll try and look at maybe summarisation, because we don't generally provide a summary of the report, but we might try and look at summarisation there.
Or maybe, I know you kind of put out a little comment with a couple of pages, the key chapters or what, maybe just to flesh them up a bit. Not asking you to do 2 documents in a full summary, but to flesh it up a bit, because we all were probably a bit guilty.
Yeah, and we don't mount...
I noticed Mr. Cody is smiling heavily at all.
We don't mount a PR campaign ourselves.
Press release, but I'm told it's not here. And it wasn't by the controller.
No, we don't issue a press release in relation to the report.
And I'm up front. I'm saying in the first few hours, and I think I phoned you then.
Yeah.
I phoned you in the afternoon after a couple of hours, and then I tried to, and and I'm just saying, if I got the wrong impression, others could have got the wrong. So to maybe that opening that summary document or. It's not a summary document. You kind of give a small
the summary that's prepared is exclusively for the members. We don't issue a summary document in public.
Okay.
So, and I hope that what was contained in the summary document was correct.
Yeah,
I hope it was. We'll certainly look back again in case there was anything misleading there.
Spot a subtlety in the detail, if you know what I mean.
I said it earlier. Like, a lot of this is complex. There's a lot of data involved.
We've probably lost our audience now at this stage.
We exchange that information between ourselves, and we're probably all stuck in the stuff.
And I think we may not, because we're familiar with the detail. We may see the nuance where others won't.
We could get the controller to put on the revenue chapters. Nothing to see here. But I'm not sure
which is usually the case.
What would we do then? Okay. And look, at this stage we have definitely completed, and hear my own, and I'll let all the other speakers in first. So I want to thank our witnesses from the Revenue and the Department of Finance, no questions, zero direction today, and to the CNAG and his staff for attending. We have completed our public part of today's meeting, and our next meeting is scheduled for Thursday, the 22nd of November, when we will be meeting the Department of Health and the HSE on matters related to Chapter 15 of the CNAG report, the report on hepatitis C treatment in Ireland, and we'll all be covering matters in relation to general management of medical negligence. We will be meeting in private session in the afternoon at 2:30 on matters raised by an individual regarding related to the systems and procedures to handle protected disclosures in the prison service. The meeting is now suspended until 2:30. Thank you.